sitting on the beach all alone, cause we bought it. Talking gazillions, talking Fortune 500 children. Yeah, if loving was dollars, you know we'd be ballers. We're regulating by the billions. Oh yeah. Make a little love, make a little money, make a little love, make a little money, make a whole lot of love and a whole lot of money. Okay.
KUAMFM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Hey! Give them sounds of the island then. So you wanna know who I am? Alright. I'm just an island girl who wants to see the whole wide world. And everything I love at home, I wanna share it and make it known. I've been to the east and I've been to the west. Can't decide which one I like best. Yeah, and there's still there north and south to discover. And with me now, I'm gonna take my high spirits throughout the globe. Yes, you're gonna hear that hot day, feel the warmth of the words from our hearts to yours. And did you know that as the world spins, this is where it begins? America's Day. America's Day. Oh, honey, hey. Guam may be small in size, but it has the biggest sights to see. Everyone individually. Yeah. Yes, every person is unique, and so is every place. Yeah. Whatever comes our way, we appreciate. Make no mistake that this is a way of life, summed up in words like half a day. Feel the warmth of the words from our hearts to yours. And did you know that as the world spins, this is where it begins? America's Day. America's Day. Oh, honey, hey. I said, Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Up-it-up day. You know you got to find your way. Where you go, where you go, where you go, where you going. You know that home is where the heart is. No happiness is not so far away. It's not so far away. Your happiness, just stay. Just stay and go. Everyone you know and everyone you love is all around. You got the biggest upside down frown on your face. You know there's only just one place that makes you one of a kind. And for mine, I like to say half a day for the warmth of the words from my heart to yours.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Baby, coming over. And if all my pathways came at once, yeah, you would know just what to do. Come on over. Only you can see me through. Yeah. And if you think I need you to come on over, lay your body down. You know I will be. Oh, yeah. And if you think I need you to come on over, lay your love around. Only you can try my tears. To lay your love on.
So take it easy, so come on over. So let me show you why I wanna be your lover. You shot a special to where you come around now. So baby girl, come around now. So take it easy, so come on over. So let me show you why I wanna be your lover. You shot a special to where you come around now. So baby girl, come around now. Hey.
Well, the baby coming over. Come on, yeah. When I cannot see in front of me, yeah. Girl, you know my darkest days. Come on over. Only you can see me through. And if you think I need you to come on over, lay your body down. You know I will be. Oh, yeah. And if you think I need you to come on over, lay your love around. Only you can try my tears. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Take it easy, so come on over. So let me show you why I wanna be your lover. You try to sponsor to why they come around now. So baby girl, come around now. So take it easy, come on over. Let me show you why I wanna be your lover. You try to sponsor to why they come around now. So baby girl, come around now. Hey!
Oh, yeah. Well, the baby coming over.
Stay connected through The Link. Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Say what you want, I don't really care. Call me a rebel, I'm not really scared. There's no sense denying the system has already failed. What I don't understand, you could keep a straight face and tell us it's okay. There's a brighter day. But when you need the help, the money spent on the people they know who told us it was okay. There's a brighter day. Lord, say what you want, I don't really care. Call me a rebel, I'm not really scared. There's no sense denying the system has already failed. There's no sense quit lying, the system has already failed. I'm tired of lies, is what my people cry. Payday to payday, struggling on minimum wage. All the hands that
So say what you want, I don't really care. Call me a rebel, I'm not really denying the system is already failed. There's no sense with lying. The system is already failed. There's no sense denying. The system is already failed.
The Link. Join the conversation now with Chris and Sabrina. Call 637-0094. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Go sinja uli di sombranza tanmak et zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malakes frezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentamiti man ko badi
Nota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria a big is la sempara Paraiona
621, 621. It's the link on The Breeze. My name's Chris. That's Jason. Sabrina Salas Ventanani standing by on this Wednesday, June 23rd. Big show for you guys coming up. I don't want to spoil it, so we're just going to have to wait till after the news, which we're going to do right now, guys. You ready? From the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina.
Hi, everybody. Guam's CAR score has gone up following 20 newly confirmed cases of COVID from only 432 tests performed on Monday. 18 of those cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,304 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 139 deaths. 69 cases are active, and there have been 8,096 recoveries. A total of 5 people are hospitalized. The CAR score is now 0.7. A total of 90,933 people have been fully immunized. The Department of Public Health reports there is a confirmed case of dengue fever on Guam. It was in January, February of last year. The agency received 2 confirmed cases. Prior to that, in 2019, there was an outbreak of dengue on the island with a total of 22 cases. Public Health says another outbreak will be declared if the number of locally acquired cases is 3 or more in a 2-week period. Symptoms of dengue fever include high fever, severe headache, severe pain behind the eyes, joint pain, muscle and bone pain, rash, and mild bleeding, usually around the nose or gums. The public is urged to continue prevention efforts and help clean up trash, water containers, and other mosquito breeding areas. Several hearings will be held at the Guam Congress Hall today, including an oversight over the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. Although it is not on the agenda, Senator Joanne Brown told KUAM she will seek answers related to the termination of former CLTC Administrator Jack Hatzig following accusations by at least one CLTC land agent of coercion and altering a land report. In April, the board found Hatzig not suitable for the job. The governor, however, hired him days later as a special assistant. The CLTC oversight hearing is scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. A public hearing also scheduled for Bill 112 today at the Guam Congress Hall. The legislation proposes the replacement of a 3-person arbitration panel. It allows a local magistrate to confidentially consider claims, expert testimony, and identify frivolous claims. It also allows for alternative confidential arbitration or mediation with consent of both parties. Bill 112 applies only to those healing professions covered under the Medical Malpractice Mandatory Arbitration Act. The legislation also applies the current standard of care and continues application of the Government Claims Act for government providers. Several pediatricians signed off on a letter to lawmakers stating their vehement opposition to the bill and the proposed repeal of the Mandatory Arbitration Act. Quote, "We firmly believe that this bill will have negative and potentially dangerous repercussions on our island's most vulnerable patient population, the children of Guam. As pediatricians, we are painfully aware that pediatric care in the territory is already limited due to our lack of pediatric specialists. Bill 112 will only worsen the situation." The public hearing is scheduled for 5 o'clock today. Additional hearings are scheduled for July 7th and July 12th. Lawrence Vincent Ferger will be sentenced in September following a guilty plea he entered for assaulting a 4-year-old girl last year. The assault included his intent to commit criminal sexual conduct with the child. According to the AG's office, the young victim and her mother, through the support of their victim advocate, have been continuously involved and regularly informed throughout the progression of the case. Their input was heavily considered when deciding to convict by plea agreement instead of proceeding to trial. The prosecutor will seek the maximum sentence under the plea agreement of 4 years. His sentencing hearing is scheduled for September 24th. 3 people were sentenced in federal court related to smuggling conspiracy or drug smuggling conspiracy. With the details, here's Adriana Cotero.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Laura Sambataro says federal drug offender Lavilia Mendoza is the most culpable out of the 4 defendants accused of smuggling in large amounts of drugs into Guam. Mendoza has been described as the ringleader of the pack. She orchestrated the entire operation with co-conspirators Mark Mayo, Daniel Pangilinan, and Joseph Roman II working underneath her. They were all indicted back in November 2019 for conspiring to mail in a package containing over 400 grams of meth from April to May 2018. All the defendants except for Mendoza were scheduled to appear for separate sentencing hearings on Tuesday. According to Sambataro, Mendoza's sentencing date has yet to be scheduled due to unresolved matters. As for the others, Joseph Roman II was up first. Roman has since entered a plea agreement with the government and testified in Mayo's trial. As stated in court, he is still receiving treatment at the Lighthouse Recovery Center that he's scheduled to complete by August. The court said to truly give the defendant the benefit for a potentially more lenient sentence. As requested by the defense, then his sentencing may be continued to the day after his graduation, should he reach completion. The defense and government did not oppose, and his sentencing was set for August 24th. Next up to appear before Chief Judge was Daniel Pangilinan, and similar to Roman, he entered a plea agreement and testified in Mayo's trial. It was stated in court that Pangilinan suffered from a drug addiction and mental disorders. He read a letter to the court expressing sorrow for his actions and affirming that he will rely on faith to move forward. The court ordered Pangilinan serve a 41-month imprisonment with credit for time served. Following, he will be placed on a supervised release term of 3 years. Last but not least, the lone defendant to not enter a plea and take the case to trial, Mark Mayo. A jury of 12 found him guilty for count 1, conspiracy to distribute meth, and count 2, attempted possession of meth with intent to distribute. During his sentencing, the defense made several objections, arguing for a lesser sentence. However, the government and the court did not agree. The court overruled the objections and found that Mayo did not qualify for a safety valve, did obstruct justice by attempting to influence a potential witness when he allegedly passed a note to co-defendant Roman while incarcerated, and that he did not have a mitigating role in the case. Further, the defense made a motion to again lower his sentence, but that too was denied. Mayo was sentenced to a 10-year imprisonment term for both counts to run concurrently and with credit for time served. He will also serve a 5-year supervised release term for both counts to run concurrent. After hearing his fate, Mayo stated in open court that he wants to appeal the conviction.
With more news, here's Isaiah again.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Havade, good morning everyone. Guahusi Isaiah again with your headlines here on The Link. An auto accident that occurred Monday evening in Manila claims the life of a 30-year-old man and marks the island's 7th traffic-related fatality. Tyler Matanani reports.
The Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol Division has been activated after a fatal 2-car collision occurred in Manila Monday evening between Hawaiian Rock and the Gloria B. Nelson building. GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao.
We do know that the strip road roadway is, the lighting there, it's really poor.
As a result, a 30-year-old male driver was transported to the Guam Regional Medical City, where he later succumbed to his injuries. Meanwhile, his male passenger, along with the operator of the other vehicle, were taken to the Guam Memorial Hospital. They're both in stable condition. Tapao expressed that it's always hard for GPD to report accidents, especially ones that result in fatalities, because they're preventable.
We can prevent that from happening if we just do our part. Any type of celebration coming up, designate a responsible sober driver. With the passage of recreational cannabis, that adds to the list of those who choose to drive while impaired.
Manila Mayor Alan Ungacta urges drivers to always be aware of their surroundings, especially when driving in areas of poor lighting.
I know that they're working on doing the stripings on the road, so that's one of the other things that are on the way. And of course, I want to say prayers to the families, all those that were involved, and of course, my sincerest condolences for their loss.
This case remains open as traffic investigators have yet to determine if speed, alcohol, or drugs were factors in the crash. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
The Airbnb program to market Guam as a vaccination destination is now in full swing. Public Health has approved the health protocols, and GVB will be actively promoting the island to both American expats and international visitors. Nestor Lacanto reports.
A standard operating procedure has been adopted to guide tour agents, airlines, hotels, and transportation companies in accommodating Airbnb visitors. GVB President Carl Gutierrez says what they're waiting for to really make it attractive is the lifting of quarantine protocols in early July when Guam reaches herd immunity.
When you arrive, they'll take you to your hotel, they can test you there, and immediately give you your first dose. And there's no more quarantine. for you. You can move around, and if you want to stay longer, you can stay longer to get your second shot. If you get a JJ, then you can leave if you like, and there's a flight out. So that's the easy way.
He says they've been feeling out the markets and there's been pretty good interest. For example, one of the major travel agents in Taiwan, Phoenix Travel, has just signed a contract with Eva Air for charter service.
The first flight will come July 6th. They're going to wait for the new protocol. So they'll come for 4 nights, 5 days, July 6th, July 10th, July 14th. That's guaranteed.
Charlene Guerrero is GVB's marketing manager for the Philippines.
We actually met with President Gilbert Santa Maria with PAL. And so we're hoping that we can develop that relationship further and create packages with them. But on the other spectrum, we actually are working with travel partners in the Philippines right now.
She says they just started marketing over social media this weekend and have over 50 leads. Philippine Airlines has also shown an interest in flying in passengers from Thailand. But the big prize, says Gutierrez,
Korea is the first one that will be coming in towards the end of July or August. For those that are already vaccinated, including AstraZeneca vaccinated Koreans, South Koreans, come here and go back without any quarantine. So that's the biggest thing that we're doing right now.
Some 30,000 vaccine doses will be set aside for the Air VNV program, and Gutierrez says they'll have access to more if needed. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
With the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program winding down, the focus is shifting to what to do about the thousands of people who will likely remain without jobs come September. During the Labor Department's budget hearing Tuesday, Minority Leader Chris Duenas and Labor Director Dave De La Sola talked about next steps. The options include using American Rescue Plan money for local unemployment payments or a subsidy for businesses to pay for employees.
We will be approaching you guys for possible legislation that would be needed in order to get a program like this if we decide to move forward with it.
That sounds good, David, because actually we do have a couple of bills in the pike right now with some of our colleagues, and some of that is subsidized employment. Maybe it's better to subsidize employment and let folks work with federal money and help generate the economy and move the money, as opposed to saying, well, we're going to continue this program and just go ahead and stay home.
De La Sola estimates that by the time it's all over, GDOL will have paid out nearly $1 billion in claims to some 28,000 PUA claimants. The application process for the All Rise program that many have been waiting for could be finalized as early as this week. That was one of the many issues discussed during the budget hearing for the Rev and Tax Department. Here's more.
Ms. Daphne. Along with the usual questions about her department's wide-ranging responsibilities, DRT Director Daphne Shimizu was asked about some of the new ones created by the pandemic. The All Rise program, for example, is the 5th direct assistance DRT will be paying out since the COVID hit. Senators praised employees for managing to keep up with the work. In fact, Speaker Therese Terlahi singled out Shimizu as one of the shining stars in the government's response, saying accelerating tax refund processing is one of the many accomplishments to be proud of.
Of course, all the launching of new things that you've done, the online direct deposits, online refund, lookup portal services, your drive-through services for filing tax refund. These are, I've just heard so much from the public about those who use those services.
I get a little emotional, but because I've seen my team work 6 days a week, I've seen us work 7 days a week in this last year in 2020. We worked on Mother's Day. I had mothers working on Mother's Day with me to make sure that we had our EIP ones paid out to our people. It's been hugely important. And I believe, of course, actions speak louder than words. And I just hope that, through our actions, we've, the people of Guam recognize that they're really a number one for us.
Shimizu also announced the launch of a new old service, a call center where, yes, a real person will answer the phone.
We actually are identifying and trying to hire actual live people to answer so that we don't have a lot of the issues that we're having. And we're excited because the individual that we did hire as the call center supervisor, she served as a call center supervisor for many years in private industry. So we're excited to have her on board.
An area with all the needed equipment is all set at DRT's offices. As Shimizu said, they just need to fill it now with people. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority signed a memorandum of understanding with the Guam Homeless Coalition to provide at least 87 Section 8 emergency housing vouchers to eligible homeless families and individuals. The vouchers were awarded to GURA from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Several criteria must be met to include the individual or family must lack fixed, regular, or adequate nighttime residence, fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking, recently homeless, and for whom providing rental assistance will prevent the family's homelessness. The funding won't be available until July 1st, but the Guam Homeless Coalition has been given the green light from GORA to start working on referrals as soon as possible. After 6 years, the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center had a ribbon-cutting ceremony for its inpatient detox program that aims to help individuals who suffer from the effects of drugs and alcohol abuse. Isaiah Uggan reports.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Nebu Nahinana, which means Our New Beginnings in Chamorro, is also known as Level 3.7 Withdrawal Management Unit, or the Detox Unit, which is a program that provides intensive medically monitored treatment for individuals suffering from withdrawals from the effects of alcohol and drugs. Guam hasn't seen a program like this for over 20 years, and the agency has been working on this project since 2015. Director Therese Areola says this is a much-needed program.
I'm just so excited. Our people need this. It's an added service in our portfolio of helping those who are struggling with addiction.
The detox unit has 8 bedrooms with 2 patients in each room. The program will be able to treat at least 16 individuals at a time. To take part in the program, individuals will have to head to the intake and registration process, then be seen by a counselor who will conduct the American Society of Addiction Medicine assessment to identify whether you qualify. Amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center Drug and Alcohol Division Supervisor Athena Duenas explains their safety protocols.
We make sure that consumers, before they come here, they have to get medically cleared through GMH with a COVID test, and then we would bring them here. If, in fact, they did test positive for COVID, we do have a COVID unit that we will provide for that individual, as well as detox while they're there.
In attendance was Governor Lulian Guerrero, who gave her remarks stating that she believes our island can defeat the drug and substance abuse epidemic.
And we can do this. We can overcome this. We've done it with the COVID-19 pandemic. We did what we had to do. We rolled up our sleeves and got vaccinated. We are wearing our mask like we are today. We are washing our hands. And we are social distancing, and we followed the directives. So that just says to me that we can fight this addiction head on. We need to not treat it as a stigma. We need to not sweep it under the rug, and we need to treat it.
The Magahaga said this is one of the initiatives of the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration that will address substance abuse on the island. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
As the country returns to normal, millions of Americans are making summer travel plans, and some major airlines are struggling to keep up with the demand. American Airlines has announced it will cancel nearly 1,000 flights through mid-July because of a series of problems, including pilot shortages. Chris Van Cleve is at Reagan International Airport outside of Washington.
It's been a June from hell for American Airlines. Its operation seeing major weather disruptions 9 of the first 15 days in June, causing long lines, delays, and cancellations, leaving the country's largest airline with a staffing crunch along with mounting flyer frustration.
This was the only time we could get here, and I tried to check in, and they said now we have to wait until about 3 hours before the flight, which is at 4 a.m., 5 a.m.
American will cancel 50 to 80 flights a day through at least mid-July as the airline tries to build in additional resilience and certainty to its flight schedule. Southwest has also been hit with delays and cancellations due to weather and a 3-day series of computer issues. Monday, both airlines saw hundreds of cancellations and more than 1,000 delays. Henry Hartevelt is an airline analyst.
The airlines were caught with their pants down. They scheduled too many flights, and they didn't have enough people ready to operate the flights, operate the airports, and the companies that they work with were short too.
As American ramped up flights from 2,200 a day to about 5,800 this month, the TSA struggled to have enough screeners. The airline's caterer in Dallas didn't have enough drivers, and some American pilots were still in post-furlough retraining.
You didn't have enough pilots to fly the airplanes. Pretty simple. The metal and the people didn't come together, and now you're surrendering the schedule.
Airlines are also dealing with an alarming spike in disruptive passengers, prompting a rare industry-wide letter to the Attorney General asking DOJ to send a strong and consistent message through criminal enforcement.
We got to know that the federal government has our back on this.
American is seeing more cancellations today. Many of those were pre-planned in advance, so people were notified well before they got to the airport and could be reaccommodated. Delta says it's going to hire 1,000 new pilots before next summer. That first new hire class will be pilots who had been offered a job before the pandemic, and that opportunity had been put on hold. Chris Van Cleve, CBS News, Reagan National Airport, Virginia.
Okay. Stay tuned. We'll have more on The Link after the break.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam On Demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Consider inspirationally when you know me categorically wanna lick it till it on my. Me said urban music, not be a baby. Say the motivation killer, but for me it's just a thrill like the bed should be. Said urban music, not be a baby. Say the motivation killer, but for me it's just a thrill and the bed should be. When I know I'm wrong and I'm feeling naughty, when my life is down and we want the array, music started the styles of the King Selassie. Roll up and talk on a bigger party. Me don't have no ziggers, I got sheet zero. Load on the pipe and a back up the bone. Music, not be a me beat. Say the motivation killer, but for me it's just a thrill and the bed should be. We said music, not be a me beat. Say the motivation killer, but for me it's just a thrill and the bed should be. Me take a whip of a split while me listening to roots, cause every time me cats are calling on me, happy let it loose. Skanking on repeat, me bend my knees at herbal pride. Just thank you for me ganja to me herbal music live. How many informers making the call? No man ever bother them and it's a bit at all. Soon will be the day when a Babylon will fall. Continue reggae with another music hard. Say don't continue reggae with another music hard. Music, not be a me beat. Say no motivation killer, but for me it's just a thrill and the bed should be. They said music, not be a me beat, yeah. Say no motivation killer, but for me it's just a thrill and the bed should be. We take a whip of a split while me listening to roots. Cause every time me comes to calling on me, Hoppy let it loose. Skanking on me, beat me, bend my knees are over bright. Just thank you for me ganja to me, for my music life. How many informers make it the call? No man ever bound a name, I need to be that tall. Soon will be the day when a Babylon.
All right, good morning. Good morning, Guam. Welcome to The Link. I'm Chris. Hi, Jason.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, man. How you doing today?
Good.
Right on. How's your Core 3? I mean, we spent it together.
Yeah, well, I mean, the storm that basically was projected to never threaten Guam, never threatened Guam. So.
Yeah, that's,
and we are blessed because of it. We must say,
totally. I get it. Blessed. It's always interesting because in the media, like whatever the National Weather Service, Civil Defense, all that stuff. Obviously, we report out the information and the conditions and all that. But just on a personal level, it's always interesting to us, especially because we grew up under the old warning system.
Typhoon 4321 or
right,
tropical storm
where it was
4321, then Typhoon 4321.
It was like typhoon straight up, typhoon condition. So you knew typhoon. Now with this core stuff, and Mary actually probably knows a little bit about this because of her background. Right, Mary? Good morning. Unmute.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Kitty Troy has always served at the Guam Homeland Security with GVB to represent private sector in tourism. So yeah, we've had a lot of experience with banana typhoons and regular typhoons, but in the new PCOR system.
Yeah, so when did that change? Just refresh our memory, because it kind of seemed like the old way. God, and this is going to turn into old people complaining about new things.
Get off my lawn, Condition 4.
Stupid kids. But yeah, it kind of seems like the old way was better, at least more accurate.
Yeah, I want to say the PCOR changes that took place right around between the Camacho and Cabo administration, but I think the Camacho administration, that's when it took.
And what was the thinking? Was it just to kind of align with what the military's condition of readiness and their whole labeling system was?
Yeah, it was definitely the military, but also with National Weather Service because of the type of people were getting confused between storms and typhoons.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So in the types of condition of readiness. And so the military had done that. And so we needed to move towards that. But there are two variants of it because of storms versus typhoons.
And Mary, I got to ask, I mean, it's probably a very, very unique kind of crisis planning if you specifically like if you work in a hotel, right, that has like many different restaurants within it, when you've got a typhoon, because now you want to offer all these amenities like perhaps a water slide park and like things for the kids to do and everything, but under a typhoon condition now you've got probably hundreds of visitors and guests who are going to need to eat at some point, who are going to need restroom facilities at some point, and and maybe linen services and doing everything like that. So that's all.
Yeah, we have specific protocols, but the PCOR readiness portion is really more about timing of approach, right? So that's where the difference is. Yeah. And so it was always, it's timing of approach. So that's what the hotels and the restaurants and everybody else is used to when it comes to operations. Is it 72 hours away, 48, 24 hours?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I think, I don't know, it just seems like this event that happened over the weekend with the weather, it almost seems like back in the day we wouldn't even blip the radar. We've just been like, oh, it's rainy season, guys. Get your umbrella.
And ironically, back then, none of us had the access to data that we do now.
Yeah.
Where you can see animated
It's
charts,
almost like the era of oversharing,
Yeah.
It's like because we have all this media and all these platforms to get this information out, we get it out, right? And it just, I think the long-term effect of it is that maybe people don't take these cores as seriously as they should, because, like, for example, my mom, we grew up in the typhoon condition, whatever. Over the weekend, she's like, is there a typhoon coming tomorrow? Because, they don't know what is Core 3, and they just hear a core, and they think automatically typhoon, right? So maybe it's just generational.
It's generation, but you have to remember the reason why we have really started to strengthen that type of communication is with what typhoon was it, where it was supposed to just be a banana typhoon and then it became a major storm. I was off island. I was still living in Oregon at the time.
I think that was Omar, right?
No, it's the one in 2000.
A dolphin or
99.
Oh, Pong Songhua.
Pong Songhua.
Pong Songhua. It was Pong Songhua.
Yeah.
And so after that, they decided to, really create that difference between tropical storm and typhoon, I believe, because they had indicated it's going to be a banana typhoon, banana storm, and it wasn't.
Right. So I guess
that's where I think the attitudes shifted towards more of a structured program.
Right. Yeah. And I guess it is that old cliche. What is it? Out of an abundance of caution. Overabundance or whatever. Right. 657. Mary, I know that was a little off topic, but given your history with the OHS and Emergency Command, really value your insight. But we're here to talk about the AirVnV, which is kicked off. I think Monday.
Yes, Monday, the Guam Visitors Bureau had announced it, and so it's exciting because we've been working on it for several months now, and it has been one of those things that we've been discussing at the Reopening Task Force. So it's good to see that we were able to get all of the partners in to get this in a very controlled environment, so that it really is authorized by public health, with the protocols as well as the selection of the vendors, so that we could really have a really good program that GVB can market for Guam.
Also, as an interesting footnote, I know, Mary, when Nestor Lecanto interviewed former Governor Gutierrez yesterday, he was very animated and excited about the fact that he goes, can you also just mention that the term AirVnV Guam has now been copyrighted? So we own that, right?
Well, he coined it through the Guam Visitors Bureau, and so I know that they put a logo to it, and they've copyrighted it. So it's important that we use it for branding purposes, but also that markets get to know Guam as AirVnV, which is vacation and vaccination. So that's really important with the rollout, because even that's while we're in quarantine, but there is a future for medical tourism, right? As we continue to have parity with other regions around us to get vaccines to people who don't have access to them. Or maybe even if they have access, it might be some time before they are authorized to receive it. So Guam can serve in that way where you can come here for vacation in a secured and safe way, but then also get vaccinated so that you can go back to your home country at some point, and then maybe have a really great experience so you can come back to Guam. So it was really built with the concept of having parity, which is one of the global initiatives during this pandemic. But more importantly for Guam, it's to reopen tourism as a gateway into it, and getting a lot of our establishments ready to receive tourists. And so it was one of those steps in reopening.
Mm-hmm. How much direct input did you have in crafting this? Because I know you, and I know your strategy background. You've taught critical thinking at UOG, and developing young minds to come up with tactics and execute on plans, as proper business people should. But I want to ask, how, I guess weird is the right word, was it to craft a strategy like this? Because you can do you can do SOPs, and now you're trying to, and hospitality is in our DNA as Guamanians. We want to make people feel comfortable when they come over to the house, for a christening or for a funeral or for the village fiesta and everything like that. And we also want to welcome people who aren't from here to our shores and show them a good time and everything. But now trying to do this specific type of marketing, and like you said, offering health tourism, which is kind of a new thing for us. How was this putting this together?
Well, actually, even when I was with FHP Take Care, we always had medical tourism, right? So there were always needs on behalf of the tourists, whether it's concierge services at the hotel, or they need to go to an urgent care center at a clinic or at the hospital. So we've always had to coordinate care within the hotels. And so that's not a new thing. But you have to remember, last year we provided quarantine services for the Roosevelt.
Right.
And so I was the administrator on that contract, and we worked with 12 hotels. And so those 12 hotels already had experience in dealing with a COVID-specific quarantine protocol. And so that's the second reason this was, something that public health was comfortable with, because we had already gone through and approved the quarantine protocols for Roosevelt. And so we just adopted that and adjusted it for tourists. And then also for the adjusted time frame of only a 6-day quarantine and being allowed to have their vaccine immediately after their initial stay on day one, and getting tested prior to getting vaccinated to make sure it's safe. So we had the protocols in place anyway for the Roosevelt, and we've always had medical tourism in place within the hotels.
Okay.
And then it's also a process within the hotels regarding any kind of emergency, right? Or whether it's pandemic or other emergencies, to have protocols in place. So writing this wasn't that different from what we normally do. It was just introducing it to public health so they're comfortable and reassured that we've taken into consideration not just guest safety, but also employee safety, and ensuring that we don't have any transmission with the community. And so all of that put together, made, of course, the governor and her team and public health comfortable. And that's why we had the surgeon cell there, the PAG, as well as public health, all there to review it and approve it.
So now I could actually, I think it's more than fair to say that this actually really, really bodes well for you and your strategic team, because now GVB can use that, as you just said, very eloquently so, and say, we've got a pedigree here on Guam of doing this kind of thing. This isn't a new thing. We've got experience and we've got expertise in doing this, so we can confidently say that the plans that we've now laid out, this is definitely a selling point, because we know what we're doing. This isn't like, a 1.0 document and everything like that. We can bring visitors here, treat them right, show them a good time, and also, make sure that their health is taken care of. That's a great selling point.
So we built that confidence as well as trust with the international community, as with all the coverage that we had previously. But now it's about building trust with our community as well, because when we say we're reopening to tourists, we need to make sure our local community, our local residents, and also the military, because they do stay in the hotels, that they are comfortable with understanding that at any time, whether it's COVID or any other type of virus or pandemic, that we have protocols in place regardless if we're in a pandemic or not. We do have protocols. And so this is just part of that process in operations. But we've labeled it Airbnb, branding it, and it is a package. And so those package partners are all in place to provide those services. And so we feel very confident that this is a great program to reignite our tourism industry with.
Mm-hmm. Now, how about for your I want to say, this is wonderful for the executive level, the big C-level thinkers and, and the managerial staff and everything. But let's say maybe for your average bellhop who, loves working in Guam hotels and, loves exhibiting the Hafaday spirit, maybe the wait staff at one of the hotels and the restaurants here, or the, just anybody who's doing, line entry work in the hotels. What should they know in summary about this and what it means for what it's going to be for their professions going forward?
Well, I think a lot of the employees who have continued to work in the industry have been wanting to move towards that. But before we could go there, one of the initiatives GVB and GHRA and the Reopening Task Force had was to increase vaccinations, inoculations at the work site. And so that's why we've held 9 vaccine clinics within the hotel. And we have increased vaccinations from about 30% with the local community vaccines by doing worksite vaccines at the Hyatt with AMC and GRMC and the Guam Army National Guard. We are over 80%. So within the hotel base, we've been at herd immunity at over 80% within those hotels. So I think that the employees themselves, although some of them aren't at 100%, we've been working towards building the vaccine base, vaccinated employee base, so that everybody is comfortable knowing that, there's always a chance, But as long as we do everything we can to protect our employees and reduce transmission and introduce safe procedures, so that you'll see that once they come in and they're not vaccinated, they have a different process of entry into the hotel during quarantine. So keep in mind, this SOP is only during quarantine in these current protocols. And so we've really taken into consideration all of the guidelines that's in place with the executive order. And so it would just be a couple minor adjustments once we go out of quarantine and we can really open up tourism. But we've really done a lot to get the employees ready. And so part of that is education, communication, but more importantly with this, especially with this virus, it was about getting vaccinated.
I was gonna say, like, I love how you use the terms education and communication, because I remember I was speaking with you recently, like offline, and it was about a year and a half ago that you gave, you know, what to me was a very landmark presentation at the Loti Hotel to the GHRA membership, and that's when you were one of the first people who really told the membership, okay, guys, this is what it's going to be. It's not if this virus comes here, it's when. And it's going to get bad, and it's going to get bad for like a little while. Things are going to be very, very tough, and it's going to be very, very scary. You have never sugar-coated conditions, or, you know, your forecasts have never been, you know, too melodramatic or like understated to your membership and everything. And I think by that merit, everybody's always stayed in the loop and they've stayed prepared.
Right. Well, that's our job, is to provide that resource in between government for our members, and then to also educate them and give them the tools that they need in order to be successful and to continue to be connected to what's happening in the community. And so that's why we're very excited. We partnered with 8 different organizations. This Thursday, tomorrow, from 8 a.m. to 12 noon, we have this economic forum. And this economic forum is, we've invited, you know, the governor to do welcoming remarks, as well as we have, you know, the public health, Guam Visitors Bureau, the airport, Guam DOL, GITA, they're all coming in. We also have the PAG, and we invited the Surgeon Cell, and they'll be providing updates on our reopening initiatives and some of the questions I know a lot of people have had regarding some of the specifics with regards to our quarantine protocols and our reopening dates. But also what it was next. We have vaccine tourism, tell me about it, but what's next after that? And how do we get other businesses online and other optional tours and other parts of the economy online? And so it is really about getting our reopening strategy out there, communicate it, and get questions on how do we start moving towards flights, more flights come October. Anything after the dates where we've already heard all the airlines have shifted. And so we had to get vaccine tourism open with Airbnb to get airlines to even want to start flying to Guam. And so GBB and airport will be providing that update tomorrow on which airlines have already started those discussions.
You know, and it's interesting, like me holding this like 7-page document, you know, that now has been like codified as a standard operating procedure, because us having covered you and you being you know, very forthright, but with all the work that you and your colleagues have put into and everything, there's a lot of moving parts to this thing, and like so much work went into just crafting this thing for so many people. So and you took the words right out of my mouth. I'm assuming at your economic forum, this is going to be like one of the big center points of that presentation tomorrow, if not the one.
Yeah, reopening is first, and then we're going to be sharing vaccine tourism. So really, you know, Nadine and her team at GVB has, you know, they've done a really great job getting everybody together and really getting this going, because it has been challenging, right, in working within the confines that we have to get these discussions going and then adopted. And that's why it took us a couple of months to really get this out there. And I know that we've been promoting that vaccine tourism as a possibility, but you have to remember the governor had to ask, you know, whether or not we can even do this. The Guam Chamber of Commerce has been working with GHRA and GBB in explaining how many AmChams, how many chambers of commerce throughout Asia, how many people are interested in coming to Guam, chartering flights. Yes, there are a lot of moving parts, and not anything happens very fast, but we were also under strict guidelines, of course, with the reopening as well, right? And so our opening date moved twice, and so it's allowed us time to get this in. And so we're we're very excited that the timing is right for this now, and we've put everything in place.
Well, just final question, Mary, because I know we got to let you go, but and I got to ask you to be honest with this. Would you consider this SOP to be conservative, pragmatic, or aggressive as far as reopening tourism, reintroducing, our main source of revenue, as far as a business strategy?
Oh, no, it's pragmatic because, like I said, we've already done this before. We know how this operates. And it's fluid too, right? We can always make adjustments as we continue to deal with this. And this is not just, and trust me, this is not the only SOP. The hotels have to take that portion of their SOP and further break it out. The Japan Guam Travel Association, who's our transportation partner, they have additional SOPs to support this, and documents that they have to follow their own detailed protocols to ensure that they're really implementing what it is that we say they are doing. And then the same thing with AMC and GRMC. We've asked them to flesh it out even further on how exactly are they going to provide that service within room and protect their employees as well, communicate to the guests where they have to go, or when they receive their PCR vaccine test, their departure test as well, and how do they get their documentation prior to departure. So every part of that SOP is broken out into additional SOPs, so everybody is all tied in. And so it is a lot of moving parts and a lot of different organizations working together. But between GVB and GHRA, we had to do this to really give the assurances with the government while we're still in quarantine, to allow additional hotels to provide quarantine facilities. Right?
Yeah, we got to say, congratulations and well done, because I know there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that went into this. And as you said, a living document, and subject to change as things change, as they
Mary,
probably will.
I wanted to ask, because we did get a comment, and one thing I didn't hear you talk about was this whole Afghan issue. And I know that we had talked to Vera Tapasnia with the military, what is it called now? Community Defense. They changed the name of her title. Anyway,
liaison, right?
Something. But she was basically saying that the governor has formed a task force, and they've met a few times on this issue. But I know that we've talked about it a little bit, but GHRA, any discussion on this at all?
We've had some discussions. I've spoken to Vera directly as well as other partners, and we have not. I know I've spoken to GBB as well on how we would stand up for this if in case we are asked. I know the way the federal program usually works. They would have to go through all of that, but at the same time also find the funding and then award it, right? So similar to the Roosevelt, where if they needed lodging space, then they would contact us, or additional services, then they would contact us. They're not at that stage at this point. It's still in discussion and planning mode, and whether or not Guam would even be chosen. So they're still in discussion. Nothing has been really discussed with me with regards to activating any kind of service, or even considering whether or not the refugees stay in the hotel versus another place, or is it first, the support team that comes here instead and stays in the hotels. We have 16 hotels that are contracted with the federal government. So we do have 16 hotels, but currently we have a very active deployment right now going on here on Guam through August. And with Airbnb, we have a lot of things going on. So we are very busy. So I have not received that call to actively engage in that task force as of yet with regards to providing lodging services. But they know that Guam, and especially GHRA, with all of our member hotels, have always been very supportive of all of the different programs that we've had to implement quickly, right? Whether it's Roosevelt or now Airbnb or anything else, especially with this deployment. We did meet with our federal partners with the military in order to get ready for this deployment that's taking place with Cope North too. So we've always been able to stand up and provide services. The question is for how long and how much, and who's going to be in charge of these things.
Right, yeah. I mean, it just kind of seems like the whole I mean, even entertaining this is going to rain on our Airbnb and tourism reopening parade, right?
Yeah, it's a managing resources, right? And so just to give you an example, out of the 10 hotels that are in Airbnb, 2 of them are not available until September because of all of the military activity. And so even if Airbnb, even if tourists choose to want to stay in those hotels, those packages aren't available until September for a couple of hotels because their bookings are so high. And also they have other priorities, right, with the guests that are in-house. They have contracts in place. And so not every hotel will be able to participate. And we did offer it to every hotel, and only 10 did come back to us for the Airbnb program. And so it's really up to the businesses on how much they want to provide that support and whether or not they're able to provide that support because they might be encumbered with contracts already.
Right. Okay. Well, it definitely doesn't sound like you guys are rushing into this thing at all. And we haven't.
Yeah. That might come up tomorrow at that economic forum, which is 8 to 12 at Hyatt. And so that might be one of the questions is how do you balance a reopening strategy with that? Knowing that that's going to take several months to transition people between their original location to Guam as a holding place until they get to their final location. How do we ensure all of that, plus manage our military business as well as our tourism business?
And if I'm a tourist or an expat, I would be thinking about the security issues that come along with transporting tens of thousands of Afghan refugees to Guam. So yeah, it definitely seems like tourism toes will be stepped on if this thing goes through.
And you said it there too. It's not just lodging, it's transportation, it's supplies, it's getting all of that in. And I'll tell you, even during the Roosevelt, we had a lot of people come in from Okinawa, Alaska, to Hawaii just to support the mission on the military side. So it's a very big operation. And the military will also have to bring in people for that operation because you're going to have to secure the hotels. You're going to have additional protocols. So there are a lot of details that still have to be worked out if in case we're going to be considered an option.
Yeah, Mary, real quick, again, I said this before, but before we let you go, I just got to ask you on a side note, right? Have you ever taken a class from Dr. Judy Guthertz when she was teaching?
No.
Okay, because I would like to say, I always said that Dr. J, as we affectionately called her, had the best stories from her time when she was, police chief and senator and everything when she lectured. I would love to sit in on one of your lectures in a business class, maybe like 2 years from now, and you're like, okay, kids, let me tell you what I did in 2020 and 2021.
Well, every time she comes on, it's like a business.
Yeah, I got some stories I could tell you about the negotiation process and crisis management. So
thank you, Mary.
Good job again.
Yep. Thanks, you guys. And again, please show up. Economic Forum, Hyatt Regency Guam, 8 to 12. We have both sessions open with face-to-face as well as live Zoom.
Thank you. Break a leg.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good luck.
Bye. Take
Good
care.
morning. Right on. Hey, we'll take a quick break. We're coming back with Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas next right here on The Link. Good morning.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
At any given moment, anyone can get infected with COVID. We've heard it many times over that it doesn't discriminate, that we're fighting an invisible enemy. We're all on the front lines, and I take that to heart. I wanted to do my part, not just for the community, but also for my family. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing COVID home and infecting my son. I also wanted to travel, be able to see my parents and my brothers who I haven't seen in over a year. Now I get it. We all have to make a choice. So whatever you decide, weigh the risks and do what you feel is right. I'm Sabrina Salas Matinani, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
All right, Nadine Alana, how you want it? Good morning, Pacific Points. Right on, make it a point. Shell Foodies, Jack in the Box, ITE, Cabo Enterprises. Coming up, Chima Umbakwem. 20 new coronavirus cases. And so, obviously, when we see that, there was, 17 the day before? Sir? Right? Always want to get public health on, so we're getting Chima coming on in just a little bit. 7:23, Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas joins us on this Wednesday morning for the Minority Report. Oh, God. You know, you're no Tom Cruise. You're not bad, though, Senator. You're not bad. But...
I certainly know I'm no Tom Cruise.
You're more of a Joe Cruise. 7:24. So, Senator, thanks for joining us. Legislatively, what do you think is the biggest issue facing the Guam legislature this morning?
Well, you know, I was listening to Senator Brown yesterday, and we had a good start on hearing bills.
Right.
That seems to have changed a little bit, and I hope it's not indicative of a change that's going to be permanent. You know, Senator Moylan particularly, most of the minority, but with Senator Moylan's bills that Senator Ada and I and our team have joined on to, particularly with regard to the economy, and bills like what, Senator Brown has said, put the bills on the floor, vote them up or down. And I hope this trend doesn't start turning. The economic recovery of our island right now, and we talked about this during the campaign, Chris, this was going to be front and center. We've got over $1 billion of money that came in from the federal government in direct assistance to our people who lost jobs. That's not even including the stimulus money that went out and all the other federal programs that are available. And now we're down to discussing the $600 million, which we haven't seen the plan yet, from the governor's office for. I hate to have, actually I do like to quote a famous Democrat, it's the economy, stupid. And we absolutely have to stay on track, focusing on the economy, that the looming date of September 4 and the finalization and closeout of PUA and FBUC through October is gonna be a very, very big issue. But I want to say, in discussions with Department of Labor yesterday, they appear ready. They want to accept the money that the Guam legislature has offered in terms of how we see the spending plan going forward, to spend millions of dollars more on training, to support GCC, on boot camps, on steroids. I also floated yesterday, of course, Senator Moylan and myself and Senator Ada's bill on the subsidized employment. Because there's a lot of talk now, Chris, about maybe using some of that money to kind of backfill. And labor said they could use the system that they have to kind of help those who end up not being able to be employed and may be in a catastrophic situation. But you know, Chris, I would rather see those individuals be placed in the workforce and we subsidize employment with that money, because a lot of those employers, first of all, will help the business. And then a lot of those businesses will end up, hiring those folks. Labor actually said that during their testimony, and a couple other agencies that have come in, they said, with the money that was expended on some of this additional workforce in labor and some other areas, those businesses and even the government have, said they want to hire on some of these folks because they're trained and ready to go. So I think the hugest thing, of course, is the economy and getting our people back to work. Airbnb looks like it's going to really launch very well. It was refreshing to see Mary Rhodes. I've been in Tumon the last couple weekends, just having dinner and spending time with family. Tumon is buzzing with the federal employees. They're out walking the streets, they're eating in the restaurants. And so, God bless the hotel industry. I know they're pulling individuals back. Chris, one family member of mine who owns a restaurant, they never even opened up when it was 50% capacity. But when it went to 75%, they opened up. Their margins are still very slim. But in July, they brought back 3 of their employees. They're a small operation. And then they hired 3 new employees. And all those 6 employees said, we're getting back to work. We're not going to wait for, this thing to stop in September. We want to work. We want to make sure we have jobs. So even in the restaurant industry, if we went 100%, in the next few weeks, there's hundreds of jobs available there. I know Chima's going to come on and talk about the infection rate. I know that the 17 was out of 1,000 and some.
Right.
I think it's the hospitalization that we got to keep an eye on. If we contain that and we've got the medical situation under control, you're going to have these infection rates no matter what. But I just say it straight away, the economy, we got to get our people back to work. And our government, when we pass our budget, cannot act as though these millions and millions of dollars that are coming in are going to be sustained. We need to pass a very, very frugal budget that recognizes our priorities. And I'm glad the chairman is willing to have the hearing for the whole month of August, as we've been calling for. But there's other bills that will stimulate our economy, Chris. And I call on the majority, particularly in Senator Joe's committee, to start hearing these bills that have a large impact on the economy.
Where do you Stan, what's your take on this official misconduct bill that we had? Oh, you said you watched Senator Brown's interview. Was it yesterday she came on? Yeah, and so this bill that she has would bar anyone convicted of official misconduct from working in the government of Guam, but it can't even get out of committee, which I think is just insane, because that's baseline, I think, a good idea, right?
It's not only a baseline good idea, Chris, but if there's differences, you can do things on the floor.
Yeah.
I mean, no bill is ever set in stone. I had a bill one time in the 31st Guam legislature. It was 2 lines, and the thing was amended 3 times. It was basically because military land that's returned, to the government of Guam is not zoned. And so I just simply introduced a bill to zone it agriculture, and then go from there, go to land management and see what you can do. That bill took a day and a half. It's the process, right? So if there's things that you don't like about it, or you want to maybe amend it, or you want to do something with the bill, you do it on the floor. You don't do it by leaving it in committee and not discussing it. These are issues that are of high priority to our people. Our people, like you've had other interviews yesterday, and I've been on other forums, particularly at the port and other places. I've said, look, you're right. I mean, nobody's not for second chances. I as a government director, is also in the private sector.
You know, Senator, I feel like the second chances argument, it's really just something they throw out there, and then we spend so much time sitting here saying, oh, no, we want everyone to have a second chance, too. And it just takes up so much time in the whole discussion, and it's not even relevant. That's not what this bill's about. It's like if you screw up working for the government, because working for the government is public service and the public is supposed to be able to trust you, if you screw that up, then guess what? You don't get another shot. It's basic. It's not about second chances.
You're right, Chris. You're right, and it's the taxpayers' money. It's the taxpayers that are mostly the ones complaining about it because they're actually the boss. It's their money, and so the fact is that there's plenty of people there who want their first chance and making sure that they can serve our people and that are qualified employees. So I agree with you. This is the debate. You're right. I just wanted to make sure that people understand we're not cold-hearted people, but it is the government's money, and we're spending the government taxpayers' money. And you're absolutely right. Second chances are something that that have to be looked at closely.
Yeah, definitely a case-by-case basis. I'm just not comfortable with this argument that comes out of Adelup and other people who oppose this bill, that the argument that there shouldn't be any consequences for what you do, because half these people we're talking about, they're not facing any consequences. We're talking about prison guards who smuggle meth into the prison, getting off with less than a slap on the wrist, kalanatilik on the ear, right? So we're not talking about these, and that's how I was raised, is you do something wrong, there's consequences for it. And now we just want to throw all that out and say, oh, it doesn't matter what you do. Let he without sin cast the first stone. Everybody come on in. Everybody with a record dealing drugs, you get to the front of the line. I'm just not good with it.
That's correct, Chris. I had one individual that called me because I'm a co-sponsor to the bill. And I had one individual that called me up to tell me this story. And it was interesting because after his story, he actually told me how he rebuilt his life through the private sector and through his business and everything else that he had done. And that others, that had gone in and not had to rebuild the way he rebuilt. I said, you just made a case for the bill. So it's, you debate the bill on the floor. You don't debate the bill when it's stuck in committee.
All right. So I guess that's how you feel about that. Senator, last thoughts. We're going to get Chima on here to talk about that. Like you said, the infection rate from the minority in closing. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think today will be a very interesting day. Bill 112 obviously is of high concern to the community. I know the medical community has really come out now and been very, very straightforward on possible consequences. I think it's going to be very important tonight to see what the bill really does. And that's the introduction of the bill. And then we go from there, and there will be 2 more hearings. And so I think from the minority perspective, as well as the sponsor being the speaker, we need to listen tonight and really understand clearly from the perspective of what the bill does and what it doesn't do. And then, of course, we need to make sure that everybody weighs in on this, because on the testimony I've gotten personally at my office, it's heartbreaking on both sides. And I tell you, this is a tough bill, but tonight we introduce it, and let's constantly talk about this, Chris, because this bill, as I said earlier to you, other than the economy, I think this is the signature bill of the legislature that really is going to define what we do going forward.
Right on. Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Hey, thanks, Chris. And also, can you, continue when you have other majority members on board on the show, say, hey, here are the Republican bills.
Well, we're getting the speaker on a little bit, so yeah. I'll ask her nicely. Thank you, Senator. Right on. 7:35. Wednesday, June 23rd. Yeah, there's a comment here from our buddy Stephen Hattori who comments, and so it shifts the burden of providing second chances to the private sector or public welfare. And that's the thing. That's why it's important for us to look at this second chance argument on a case-by-case basis, because what spurred this bill of Senator Joanne Brown's was the hiring of the former DOC guard Frankie Rosalind, who was already enjoying great success getting contracts from the government of Guam. So we're not talking about a guy who was out there in the food stamp line. I mean, he was very well taken care of before he was hired into the port. So, yeah, it's case by case, guys. I mean, And that's what it is. I mean, to make a blanket assumption that everybody who's convicted of official misconduct and betraying the public trust deserves a second shot right off the bat, I don't think it makes sense. At 7:35, let's move on in the KUAM News Zoom room, where the acting public health officer, Mr. Chima Mbakwem, is standing by. Chima, of course, anytime we see those big positives, whether they're on a Monday where you guys kind of accumulate and report out all the tests done over the weekend, which we had, I think, 17 on Monday, right? And then 20 yesterday. That's pretty big numbers, man.
Yeah, but these are more like family exposure, so it's not like too much worry for now, because all of them were through case investigation. So we had index cases. The team went out and conducted interviews, were able to identify their contacts, and then they were tested and they were all positive. So I think we don't really have to lose too much sleep, because it's contained now.
Sounds like you lost a lot of sleep, though, tracking this down.
Yeah, yeah. This past week has been pretty tough. You know, the new guidance and the AVMV, and then these 20 cases that I have to make sure that is well investigated, so that people would be rest assured that you know, as we're opening up, you know, we're still safe.
So let's get into the details. You say these, so the 20 and the 17, can you give us the specifics when you talk about family exposure?
So these are household exposures where, you know, the index case is a family member, and then we identify. So basically what we do is, like I always explain, we use the concentric circle to do our case investigations. So you're looking at people within the closest proximity of the index case. So mostly is the family or the co-workers of that individual before you start looking into the community. So for these cases, these are like 4 families where these cases were identified and they were all tested and they were all positive. But I think the interesting fact is that for the initial case that we had, the 20, out of 18 of them, 15 had no vaccines, and 3 of them were not eligible for vaccine. So you can see that the concentration is on people who are unvaccinated. You know, so this is a family unit these are family units that are not vaccinated. So they are, and with the reduction and restrictions, you're seeing that people are getting more relaxed within the family and they're infecting themselves. So it's just for us to keep pushing the message, you know, for people to go get vaccinated. And when you get vaccinated and enter the draws, you're going to win something too. So it's a win-win situation for them. So
So let's rewind. So we had 20 positives, 17 positives. How many of those 37 cases were individuals who were not vaccinated at all?
For the initial 20, like I mentioned, 15 were unvaccinated, 3 were not eligible for vaccination.
Why?
Yes. So that is for the 20. For the other 17 you're talking about, I don't have the vaccine information. I'm still waiting for them to send out the information to me this morning.
How sick were these positives?
All asymptomatic. And that is the danger, you know, because now, even when you do the temperature checks, when you're going into buildings, you seem to understand that you can't even detect these people who are positive. So it is a huge balance between, you know, personal responsibility, you know, you wearing your mask to protect yourself, as against hoping that the temperature checks at the door would catch someone who is sick. But at this point, we're seeing more asymptomatic people walking around with the virus. So I think the the intervention, the using the mask as a form of intervention still goes a long way, to protect you as an individual. So even when, there's a recommendation for people who are vaccinated to stop using masks, when they are outside and when they're with people, I think some people can still look beyond that and understand that, as a form of, you taking care of yourself. Wearing a mask can actually protect you from people around you who might be sick, do not have symptoms, and can still transmit the virus. And then being unvaccinated also becomes another challenge for those who are not wearing their mask and also hanging around people who might be potential, who might have the potential to expose them to the virus.
Why were the 3 not eligible for the vaccine?
They are kids.
Okay. So they're under 5.
Yeah, they're kids.
Right on. What about cases caught in quarantine?
Yeah, there were 6 cases in the quarantine, yes. For the quarantine cases, there were 6 quarantine cases, and with the preliminary test, we tested 57 individuals. 6 of them turned positive. So I'm still waiting for that same information, because what happens is that when we have these cases, the case investigators will do a secondary interview to gather information that these people most times do not put on the lab sheet. So when the information is not readily available, that means the individuals did not provide that information.
What else is going on? We had a question here, Chima. How soon will vaccination be available to all school-age children?
How soon?
Yeah.
Vaccination, school-age children. I don't understand the question.
So what age are we?
We have vaccines for school-age children, but within a certain age. So are they asking for kindergarten or something? I don't know.
Yeah. So you have no idea. What about the booster shots? Are we starting to think about that effort and what it's going to entail?
I mean, like I mentioned last time, I think these are assumptions, that, over time, like every virus, there are limitations, new sciences for how to combat new strains, like the new strains that we have. But right now, I don't have any information about the booster shots, and I can't make up stuff. There might be speculations, but there's nothing concrete, or definite for now about booster shots. But let's focus on getting people vaccinated with the ones we have now before we start thinking about booster shots.
Right.
Let's get the initial protection here before we start boosting it.
Right, Chima. So as the chief public health officer, when you come across these cases and you're finding like whole families that aren't getting the vaccine, what does that say to you?
So something about people that we need to understand is that everybody has a different perception of their health culture, right? So you're looking at people who have different understanding of how to protect themselves. So for vaccines are to prevent you from getting sick, right? So some people don't see the reason why they should go to the hospital when they are not sick. So it's up to you. It's up to us as public health, to put the messaging out there, which we are doing, to make people understand that preventive health is the way to go. You don't have to wait until you get sick for you to go see a doctor. So that's why we want you to eat healthy. We want you to run so that you lose weight. We don't want you to get into having chronic diseases. So that perception is about people and their health culture. So you see people who are into preventive health, they go for their regular checkups, they take their vitamins, they go out to run, and then you see another group of people who just don't care until they're almost about to drop dead. That's when they go to the ER. They don't even see their primary physician, and then you end up seeing them dead or chronically ill, because at the stage when they go to seek care, it's too late. So that's the balance. We see that in different ethnicities, and we as public health, we have other approaches and other strategies to try and encourage people to go get checked, before it's too late. So it's nothing new, it's prevalent everywhere in the world. People are writing to us, asking for exemption from vaccine, and when you read most of them, some of them are genuine, people are sick, medically they cannot get the vaccine. Then some people are coming up with stories, that really touch the heart, telling you how, they feel that, there's no COVID and they're healthy, they can't get sick, What do? You can't force them, you try to reason with them to go get vaccinated.
Right.
So these are individual choices, but you guys, I can see you do a lot, the government is doing their own part, other sectors are trying to encourage, people, to go get vaccinated. That's the most we can do. But if you don't get vaccinated and you get sick, the outcome might not be favorable, This idea of being a Superman because you're young or because you feel you're healthy, is something that we just need to walk around, and make people understand that vaccine preventable diseases can actually be prevented by those vaccines. But like I said, they're personal choices. So.
Right. So how big do you think that segment of the community is? Because we're pulling out all the stops. We're giving away $10,000 cash. We're giving away a car every week. Yet we're still having these whole families who are just like, we're good. We don't need the vaccine.
Sometimes something just have to happen to you, for you to have a change of heart, So I think some people are very strong in their belief, and some people are also adamant, and then some people actually lack real information. Some people need more information. Some people need more, encouragement. It's a mixture of several factors, but I'm optimistic that the way we're going, before Liberation Day, we will be in a very comfortable place. And these other people that are not vaccinated, the ones that are vaccinated will be protected against, whatever these ones are going to give to us. And then when you wear your mask and keep away from, from people that, that are not your close family members, and try to watch your distance and wash your hands, I think we'll be in a safe place.
Hey Chima, what's the policy on the temperature checks? Is every business mandated to have a temperature check thermometer, or is just the sanitizer okay?
Yeah, I think that is a question for the environmental health division. They're the ones handling that. But it's highly encouraged,
that's it. It's highly encouraged, but not mandated.
Highly encouraged, yeah. But like I said, these are strategies. I said, if you don't have symptoms, you won't have a temperature. So when you check your temperature, and you don't detect anything, and you're wearing a mask. So these are there are different strategies, to reduce the spread. So one works with the other. So we can't eliminate temperature checks because we can still get people from there, So.
Right. I just trip when I walk into a business and they don't have a temperature check machine, and what they do have is a big bottle of hand sanitizer nailed to a 2x4.
And that works too if you're wearing your mask.
I'm like, okay. But I don't like touching the sanitizer because everyone's touched it, and it kind of defeats the purpose. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, Jay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Chima, it's Jason. Just real quick, I was curious. When I know when you and your team, obviously, you guys are coming at this from the standpoint of science. But have there been any surveys where people or families have said, I'm choosing not to get the vaccine either because of philosophical or religious reasons, just maybe as you said, maybe my own personal beliefs don't permit me and my family to receive the virus or the vaccine.
Yeah, we see that every day. On my desk, I have a few that I have to initial offer,
Is it a fairly large number?
Not as large enough to create concern, but enough for you to ask, like when you're reading the content, that is what really, like people's reasons, sometimes the reasons might appeal to your conscience, when people are telling you, I take good care of my kids, I do X, Y, Z, so I don't see the reason why, so, like it's their opinion, as against, what is out there. But we see them, we try to handle them to the best of our ability. And also know that this is not just for COVID alone, it's basically across all vaccine preventable diseases.
Yeah, John Fernandez, of course, the superintendent of the Department of Education, was even saying that, he goes, we are already anticipating, and we've seen a lot of people that just said, maybe parents would say, either because of our beliefs or our stance, we decide what's right for this family, one way or the other. So our children are going to have to, it funnels down to them. So, they're going to have to make accommodations for that when the school year resumes.
But to be fair, I mean, I don't even think it has to be about somebody's beliefs per se. I mean, some people, just looking at the black and white of it, I mean, they whipped up this vaccine. It is an emergency use approval. You know what I mean? So, I mean, those two facts alone would consider, I mean, maybe a rational person would be like, oh, maybe I'll just wait. So that doesn't necessarily mean they're crazy.
But see, religion is kind of religion's a different topic, though, because you may even want to receive it, and you can say, I know this is right. It's just, my beliefs won't permit.
But I mean, if and this is not a rational time because it's a pandemic, right? And we lost so many people, so it's a different set of circumstances. But some people just don't want to take it just based on that alone, and I can respect that. Mm-hmm. I can, because you're right. It's up to you.
The challenge here is that, when you look for the negatives, you see the negatives. You know what I mean? When you spend your time, if you type "can vaccine kills," you're going to see it on the internet. Because there are people out there putting stuff up there, If you type "can vaccine save," you will see stuff, So it's what you're looking for, like even the Bible says it, like those who seek, if you seek, you find, When you look for something, you find it. People take their time to look for stuff, People look for facts, to substantiate whatever their beliefs are, be it traditional, religious, personal, But
so confirmation bias, basically.
Yes. Yeah. But for us as public health, we understand all this, and then we try to strike a balance. So if you're in a situation where in a room you have 80% of the room vaccinated, right? The 20%, we can say, okay, for this 20% to be part of this group, we need to be having a surveillance on this number of people. So every week we can do a random testing, because at that point they are the ones who pose a danger to the 80, So we accept the fact that you don't want to get vaccinated, but we need to, keep an eye on you. We might be doing daily temperature checks. We might be doing daily symptom checks on these individuals. We might actually have a system in place to do random testing for these individuals. Because at that point, you are the danger to the group that is vaccinated. Trying to strike a balance. We're not going to let you walk away, and endanger everybody because you feel that, there's something, that is making you stop it. We understand that you have the right, that is your choice, but at this point where people are dying from an airborne disease, you don't want to wear your mask because you feel that you're going to choke. You don't want to get vaccinated because you feel when you get vaccinated, something happens to you. Like, everything you're doing is just not to do what you're asked to do, and then creating, problems for others, So it's just striking that balance. It's really difficult, but this is what we're trained to do. This is what we're trained to anticipate, So we just look for the best ways to work around it.
Right on. So, thank you, Shima.
Yeah, thank you.
You all right, my friend?
Yeah.
Yeah, take a nice big exhale.
Yeah, it's a long day ahead for me, like.
Well, happy belated Father's Day, Shima.
Huh? You say, Jason?
No, happy belated Father's Day.
Oh, thank you, and you too, and Chris.
Thank you, Shima. Oh, there's a smile.
There it is.
Every time I speak with you guys, new things come up. I think our our discussion, like at the beginning, it was very, like everybody was on edge. There was too much fear. Yeah. But now I think even everybody gets it, and I think that attack on public health is no more there. There's support. There's better understanding and appreciation of what we've done. Like other countries are actually reducing restrictions, but it's the same way we're doing it. Like it's gradual, it's measured. Nobody wants to take the chance. Of just getting excited and opening up. I think that excitement most times is the problem. Like we're all so safe here. We're about to walk around. Living our normal lives, and then boom, something happens. So for us at Public Health, we are still vigilant. You can see my eyes are still red. There's still lack of sleep. I'm up till 1 a.m. Trying to make sure that things are okay. And while people sleep, we're awake. Trying to make sure that when you wake up, you're safe. So thank you for the support. And the understanding. That. We're here to ensure that the island is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chima. Appreciate it. Get a power nap in. Art said it's okay.
That my director is a workhorse too.
I know. Yeah, I know.
He gets no sleep.
I'm texting him at 10 at night to get you, so I know he's a workhorse. Now, Chima, I mean, you guys at Public Health, you guys have busted your ass during this pandemic, and I think you deserve a gold medal as an agency because. Well, here we are. I mean, here we are. We're here, guys.
A gold medal or a shot of something strong.
A shot of something other than the vaccine.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chima. We'll see you.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good day, Chima.
7:58. Hey, real quick, guys. Sorry, because they went and they came out with this whole Vax and Win promo.
I was just about to say, because my DMs have been going crazy.
Right, guys. I'm so sorry, but we knew yesterday, and I'm just really, it's a communications failure on the part of Adaloop, really. But so 7/21, we were told last week that they were going to announce winners for the Vax and Win contest at 7:21 on Wednesday mornings. But we know last week at 7:21, that's not what happened. They it said they had pulled some names. We didn't know who it was, and that they were going to take the day to verify it and announce the winners at 3.
Yeah. And then GVB did announce yesterday that they said today's winner, so week 2 of the winner of the $10,000 in cash and the
new
car
right.
is going to be today at 4 p.m. on the governor's Facebook page. We're going to share that too, so you guys are all made aware of exactly who wins.
So everybody who was sitting around waiting at 7:21 and you didn't hear anything, sorry about that, guys. I totally slipped my mind. But
I got a whole new bunch of friend requests on Facebook. People are like, "Hey, can you tell me who won?" I was like,
yeah, we don't know who
not
won.
for me, for the 10,000.
And I wonder if they are going to fine tune the process that happened last week. And I think people, they kind of want to see if it's a random generation by computer program. I think people are just kind of used to seeing the process. Like with a regular raffle, right? You always see them pull the name or whatever. So I don't know how they're changing it up for this week. But I'm pretty sure it was a work in progress. So that's happening 4 p.m.?
4 p.m., yeah.
On the governor's Facebook page.
Yeah. So they're going to live stream that down from what they call the breezeway, right underneath.
Yeah. So, Jay, so they've already picked the winners. They're just going to announce who they are at 4.
That I don't know if they've already selected the week 2 winner, but they said, like you said, they have to properly vet them, and then they want to do, the nice feel good thing where they present the big, the big supersized check, and then they present the car, and they get the backstory of these people.
Right on.
Which we'll then talk about tomorrow.
Okay, so it's 8 o'clock, guys. We're going to take a really quick break, like very quick, and come back on KUAM TV next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
This year, make Dad's day with gifts from the Home Depot.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
morning, Guam. It's 8:01. Good morning to our viewers on KUAM TV. Jason Solis, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
All right.
Jam-packed show already, and if you thought the first 2 hours were information
right,
full.
we're getting Speaker Therese Terlahi in just moments right after the news. Gumat Mami, guys, they're hiring. Okay, they need a bunch of positions at Gumat Mami, and it's also been a while since we talked to them, and it kind of looks like Gumat Mami, like other agencies, what we saw with CPS and Melanie Brennan, also Jibwick, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. There's a need for social workers, and so we'll go in with Gumat Mami, Sam, the director, and we'll get Monica, who's the lead treatment specialist, and Gerard Batista, the program coordinator, all coming up here on the show. And then we're also going to go in with the Pacific Island Bilingual Bicultural Association. They did a huge donation to Varo last week, and we'll talk about Jay's, some good friends of Jay's, and we'll talk about that and what else they got going
Dr.
on.
Rosa Palomo's coming on.
Yes.
As well. Dr. Debbie Allen. Every time Dr. Rosa comes on, it's always a good time. And
There you go.
Doing good things for the community, and she's got that big smile.
Okay, let's go 8:03 now for the news with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Jason Solis. Good morning, Jay.
All right, everybody. If you've been with us since the early morning hours, you would have heard from Achima and Bakwam over at Public Health that there were 20 confirmed cases of COVID-19 from only 432 tests performed on Monday. He was saying that the majority of those were from the same family unit, so no need to make a big amount of concern for that. 18 of those cases, as he said, were identified through contact tracing. There have been over 8,300 cases of COVID-19. 5 of your fellow Guamanians are currently hospitalized. The island's CAR score concurrently has gone up, coincidentally, I should say, to 0.7. Nearly 91,000 of your fellow islanders have been fully immunized. Speaking of public health, the agency's confirmed a case of dengue fever locally. It was lab confirmed on June 21st. Should there be 3 or more locally acquired cases confirmed within 2 weeks, an outbreak would be declared. The last time such an outbreak was in September of 2019, when Guam saw 22 cases total. Public Health will indicated that it will conduct surveillance around high-risk areas with pesticide spraying in those parts of the island as necessary. A public hearing is scheduled for Bill 112 today, proposing a replacement of a 3-person arbitration panel, allowing a local magistrate to confidentially consider claims, testimony, and identify frivolous claims, also allowing for alternative confidential arbitration or mediation with consent of both parties. The bill applies only to those professions covered under the Medical Malpractice Mandatory Arbitration Act. Several pediatricians signed off on a letter to lawmakers stating their vehement opposition to the legislation and proposed repeal of the act. That public hearing is at 5 today. Let's go now to Isaiah in the newsroom, where he has this morning's link update.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Havade, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah again with your headlines here on The Link. An auto accident that occurred Monday evening in Manila claims the life of a 30-year-old man and marks the island's 7th traffic-related fatality. Tyler Matsanani reports.
The Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol Division has been activated after a fatal 2-car collision occurred in Manila Monday evening between Hawaiian Rock and the Gloria B. Nelson building. GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao.
We do know that the strip road roadway is, the lighting there, it's really poor.
As a result, a 30-year-old male driver was transported to the Guam Regional Medical City, where he later succumbed to his injuries. Meanwhile, his male passenger, along with the operator of the other vehicle, were taken to the Guam Memorial Hospital. They're both in stable condition. Tapao expressed that it's always hard for GPD to report accidents, especially ones that result in fatalities, because they're preventable.
We can prevent that from happening if we just do our part. Any type of celebration coming up, designate a responsible sober driver. With the passage of recreational cannabis, that adds to the list of those who choose to drive while impaired.
Mangilaw Mayor Alan Ungacta urges drivers to always be aware of their surroundings, especially when driving in areas of poor lighting.
I know that they're working on doing the stripings on the road, so that's one of the other things that are on the way. And of course, I want to prayers to the families, all those that were involved, and of course, my sincerest condolences for their loss.
This case remains open as traffic investigators have yet to determine if speed, alcohol, or drugs were factors in the crash. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
The Airbnb program to market Guam as a vaccination destination is now in full swing. Public Health has approved the health protocols, and GVB will be actively promoting the island to both American expats and international visitors. Nestor Lecanto reports.
A standard operating procedure has been adopted to guide tour agents, airlines, hotels, and transportation companies in accommodating Airbnb visitors. GVB President Carl Gutierrez says what they're waiting for to really make it attractive is the lifting of quarantine protocols in early July when Guam reaches herd immunity.
When you arrive, they'll take you to your hotel, they can test you there, and immediately give you your first dose. And there's no more quarantine. For you, you can move around, and if you want to stay longer, you can stay longer to get your second shot. If you get a JJ, then you can leave if you like it. There's a flight out. So that's the easy way.
He says they've been feeling out the markets and there's been pretty good interest. For example, one of the major travel agents in Taiwan, Phoenix Travel, has just signed a contract with EVA Air for charter service.
The first flight will come July 6th. They're going to wait for the new protocol. So they'll come for 4 nights, 5 days, July 6th, July 10th, July 14th. That's guaranteed.
Charlene Guerrero is GVB's marketing manager for the Philippines.
We actually met with President Gilbert Santa Maria with PAL. And so we're hoping that we can develop that relationship further and create packages with them. But on the other spectrum, we actually are working with travel partners in the Philippines right now.
She says they just started marketing over social media this weekend and have over 50 leads. Philippine Airlines has also shown an interest in flying in passengers from Thailand. But the big prize, says Gutierrez?
Korea is the first one that will be coming in towards the end of July or August. For those that are already vaccinated, including AstraZeneca vaccinated Koreans, South Koreans, come here and go back without any quarantine. So that's the biggest thing that we're doing right now.
Some 30,000 vaccine doses will be set aside for the Airbnb program, and Gutierrez says they'll have access to more if needed. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
With the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program winding down, the focus is shifting to what to do about the thousands of people who will likely remain without jobs come September. During the Labor Department's budget hearing Tuesday, Minority Leader Chris Duenas and Labor Director Dave De La Sola talked about next steps. The options include using American Rescue Plan money for local unemployment payments or a subsidy for businesses to pay for employees.
We will be approaching you guys for possible legislation that would be needed in order to get a program like this if we decide to move forward with it.
That sounds good, David, because actually we do have a couple of bills in the pike right now with some of our colleagues, and some of that is subsidized employment. Maybe it's better to subsidize employment and let folks work with federal money and help generate the economy and move the money, as opposed to saying, well, we're going to continue this program and just go ahead and stay home.
De La Sola estimates that by the time it's all over, GDOL will have paid out nearly $1 billion in claims to some 28,000 PUA claimants. The application process for the All Rise program that many have been waiting for could be finalized as early as this week. That was one of the many issues discussed during the budget hearing for the Rev and Tax Department. Here's more.
Ms. Daphne. Along with the usual questions about her department's wide-ranging responsibilities, DRT Director Daphne Shimizu was asked about some of the new ones created by the pandemic. The All Rise program, for example, is the 5th direct assistance DRT will be paying out since the COVID hit. Senators praised employees for managing to keep up with the work. In fact, Speaker Therese Terlahi singled out Shimizu as one of the shining stars in the government's response, saying accelerating tax refund processing is one of the many accomplishments to be proud of.
Of course, all the launching of new things that you've done, the online direct deposits, online refund, lookup portal services, your drive-through services for filing tax refund. These are, I've just heard so much from the public about those who use those services.
I get a little emotional, but because I've seen my team work 6 days a week, I've seen us work 7 days a week in this last year in 2020. We worked on Mother's Day. I had mothers working on Mother's Day with me to make sure that we had our EIP ones paid out to our people. It's been hugely important. And I believe, of course, actions speak louder than words. And I just hope that, through our actions, we've, the people of Guam recognize that they're really a number one for us.
Shimizu also announced the launch of a new old service, a call center where, yes, a real person will answer the phone.
We actually are identifying and trying to hire actual live people to answer so that we don't have a lot of the issues that we're having. And we're excited because the individual that we did hire as the call center supervisor, she served as a call center supervisor for many years in private industry. So we're excited to have her on board.
An area with all the needed equipment is all set at DRT's offices. As Shimizu said, they just need to fill it now with people. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Adriana Cotero has our next report, indicating that 3 people were sentenced in federal court relative to smuggling conspiracy.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Laura Sambataro says federal drug offender Lavilia Mendoza is the most culpable out of the 4 defendants accused of smuggling in large amounts of drugs into Guam. Mendoza has been described as the ringleader of the pack. She orchestrated the entire operation with co-conspirators Mark Mayo, Daniel Pangilinan, and Joseph Roman II working underneath her. They were all indicted back in November 2019 for conspiring to mail in a package containing over 400 grams of meth from April to May 2018. All the defendants except for Mendoza were scheduled to appear for separate sentencing hearings on Tuesday. According to Sambataro, Mendoza's sentencing date has yet to be scheduled due to unresolved matters. As for the others, Joseph Roman II was up first. Roman has since entered a plea agreement with the government and testified in Mayo's trial. As stated in court, he is still receiving treatment at the Lighthouse Recovery Center that he's scheduled to complete by August. The court said to truly give the defendant the benefit for a potentially more lenient sentence. As requested by the defense, then his sentencing may be continued to the day after his graduation, should he reach completion. The defense and government did not oppose, and his sentencing was set for August 24th. Next up to appear before Chief Judge was Daniel Pangilinan, and similar to Roman, he entered a plea agreement and testified in Mayo's trial. It was stated in court that Pangilinan suffered from a drug addiction and mental disorders. He read a letter to the court expressing sorrow for his actions and affirming that he will rely on faith to move forward. The court ordered Pangilinan serve a 41-month imprisonment with credit for time served. Following, he will be placed on a supervised release term of 3 years. Last but not least, the lone defendant to not enter a plea and take the case to trial, Mark Mayo. A jury of 12 found him guilty for count 1, conspiracy to distribute meth, and count 2, attempted possession of meth with intent to distribute. During his sentencing, the defense made several objections, arguing for a lesser sentence. However, the government and the court did not agree. The court overruled the objections and found that Mayo did not qualify for a safety valve, did obstruct justice by attempting to influence a potential witness when he allegedly passed a note to co-defendant Roman while incarcerated, and that he did not have a mitigating role in the case. Further, the defense made a motion to again lower his sentence, but that too was denied. Mayo was sentenced to a 10-year imprisonment term for both counts to run concurrently and with credit for time served. He will also serve a 5-year supervised release term for both counts to run concurrent. After hearing his fate, Mayo stated in open court that he wants to appeal the conviction.
We're going to talk to the legislative speaker in just a moment, but first, here is your daily news update in Chamorro with King Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get soon to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito di First Hawaiian Bank. Aksidenteng kareta gipangin Lunes kita mengilaw sa Pinino on 30 anyos edad niya nalahi. Este iminasyati na finaitan aksidenteng kareta para pagunasakan esta. Manamaaging yung Guam Police Highway Patrol Division dispuesa na yung matupidos na kareta nung masuseli gi Route 15 na talan and taloy Gloria B. Nelson Building sa ni Hawaiian Rock. Makoni biktima para Guam Regional Medical Center sa matay gi dispues. Ipasahero gi kareta ni matay dyan sumusugod ni otro na kareta sa makoni para Guam Memorial Hospital. Tori do sa stable kondisyon niya. May bisita gay Dennis Garcia pero meditemina ko po dumuduro sa niya patpud at kohort pat bineno muna aksidente. Gimasa sunto sa puri Pandemic Unemployment Assistance patpuwa na programa sa estatyo at mamakpo maatan di pud meet siya na tawtawag ni Mantay Titsu sa ginmati September na mes. Gi-hearing i-budget para Department of Labor ginigap imaga si Minod Legislatura si Senador Chris Duenas sa komento sa ni Direktor Adjunay Ahensya si David De La Sola pod hafa para matsogi por fanmanatsuda. Giima diskuti maaatan ni Slapi American Rescue Plan pero mana setbi para mapasya du siya timan matsotsotso. Pasinofan manai business siya pero managwa tsotso para estisya na tawtawgi. Estima si De La Sola nagiinang pasyan ni Sister Nipuha kahuli maapasi no Department of Labor kana 1 billion pesos para kasi 28 mid na tawtawgi ni man magklaklama. Gimas gin ni gobernamento na artikulo Department of Administration sa manmanay permiso gini opisina ni General Abogadong Guahan para makonsigya di procurement para nuevo na financial management system. Igayigwi pago na sistema ng Minanea, gi DOA sa esta 20 anyos. Sa rinifere gi report the Office of the Public Auditor na isistema numafananan AS 400 sa esta David Yumaagu. Idirektor de DOA si Edward Byrne asangan na nuevo na financial management system sa siyempre siso sa puring kantidan na slapi federal ni mahalum nung nesesita espesyal na klasen rinipod. Alalaha mo si Byrne na malagno sa RFP giutumunesti na semana tagi dispeso fan manai bidder siya 2.5 semana para fan manrespondo. Tisengklaro konti gasto gajin nuevo na FMS. Lagi man mapos na interview siya. Asangan si Byrne na kasi 8 milyon pesos manasangi gi American Rescue Plan na salapi para finahan ST. Yuto mo na asunto, Department of Corrections sa madisesya mo na legislatura o managwahas lapi para nuevo na preso. Si Major Anton Agon, gini DOC, asangan gi programang daling, gi Lunes na siyempre manafunadan ni Zonia draft para master plan, gi Agosto na mes, dagi dispues, umasudai sa lapi para hinat sa preso. Ibiyo na si Senador Josan Agustin sa Senado no matsulis 5 milyon pesos gini General Fund. Zan otro 5 milyon pesos gini Earned Income Tax na rebate siya gini federal pero napasi i gasto ni nuevo na tribunal. Ilang isyago na tisina ma-estima tabiya i gasto para este na preso hasta kimunadsan i master plan. Asang aloki na timaplanen niya na para madingo mangilaw na lugar. Doon minalago niya sa para mahusa sa agad niya na presun din ni Teneng Prisionero so masajin nuevo na tribunal gita mangilaw. Ni sinanafan ulat 400 na tao-tao. Gima sasangan na kumamahasa state na ba siyempre gastan overtime na apas di tinisita mas mega na guardia dyan hodlanero siya para minaneha. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
All right, 8:20 on the link. Again, brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Good morning, KUAM TV. Right on. It's Wednesday, and welcome back to Speaker Therese Terlahi for our standing Wednesday appointment with the Speaker. Good morning, Speaker.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone at KUAM, and good morning to the people of Guam.
Right on. Let's just get right into it, Madam Speaker. I know that session, and then there's also a hearing tonight on Bill 112, so go ahead.
Yeah, so we've got so many things going on. So first of all, our session for this month will begin on Friday at 10 a.m. We are right now on our agenda 7 bills. One is relative to eliminating the requirement that any deed or instrument conveying registered land and trust upon condition or upon limitation contain the words with power of sale in order to empower the trustee or transferee or such registered land to deal with the same without court order. We've also got Bill number 99, which is relative to granting indigent inmates the ability to acquire their constitutional right to legal representation. This is regarding the phone calls that they can make from prison and funding of that. There's a Bill 108, which is relative to streamlining adoption policies and procedures. There's Bill 109, which is relative to the inclusion of adoption agencies in the chain of custody for infants relinquished under the Newborn Infant Safe Haven Act, and other things that that bill does. There's Bill 134, which is relative to removing the minimum acreage for protection of farms. There's a Bill 136, which is relative to the preservation and disposition of court records. There's Bill 121, which is relative to the design, build, finance, lease, transfer, and maintenance of Government of Guam 21st Century Healthcare Center of Excellence, which shall be called the 21st Century Healthcare Center of Excellence Construction Act of 2021. This is the bill that allocates earned income tax credit reimbursements towards the building of the new hospital and healthcare centers, including public health. So those are the 7 bills currently on the agenda. At the rules meeting, I also announced that if I can get this bill routed in time, and I'm also going to try to put on Bill 36-36, which is the leasing of a corridor in Alupang to GTA for a submerged cable. And there were other bills that were also, I know that senators are trying to route as well in time for session in order to try to place those on the agenda. And those will all be done by motion.
Okay.
And so on Monday, so our session will continue next week, throughout the week. We'll probably vote on Friday, but on Monday, we're also going to be welcoming the Congressman, San Nicolas, to give his congressional address. And so we're looking forward to that. That's at 10 a.m. on Monday.
10 a.m. Monday.
And so today, yeah, we have also a full slate just for today. I've got 3 sets of hearings. One is we're confirming members to this Criminal Injuries Compensation Commission. One of them is Denise Mendiola, Dr. Lisa Flores, and also the former Attorney General herself, Elizabeth Barrett Anderson, has agreed to serve as a member of this Criminal Injuries Compensation Commission. She's one of the people who really reactivated and made this commission very proactive, I think, and in compensating victims of crime. That's at 9 a.m. this morning. At 2 p.m., we're having an oversight hearing of the Chamorro Land Trust, and I've narrowed it down to 2 issues, which really are to me, the most important issues that this trust should be dealing with, and that is residential lease applicants and agricultural lease applicants that have been on the waiting list since 1995. What is the status? Are I've been receiving calls that they're being told they got to do all kinds of runaround to reconfirm their eligibility. And I have discussed this with the Chamorro Land Trust, and I think that's wrong. I think that the Chamorro Land Trust should be able to confirm their eligibility. The new law was supposed to expand eligibility to more people, not to, remove people from the eligibility list. So I just feel like that's something I really want to address in this hearing today, and make sure that we are taking care of these people who have been waiting since 1995 on this waiting list. And the way we're going to take care of them is by hooking them up with land. And so that's the second part of the hearing, which is the inventory of the properties that are still in need of surveying, registration, and that if they can identify for us which of these properties are still in need of infrastructure, especially including water. That's really been, to me, the detriment, the holdback, the big barrier for people in this affordable housing that we thought the Guam Chamorro Land Trust was going to provide. This has really been a barrier. They've not been able to get the property, or they get property that's not really very well divided. They're not able to bring infrastructure in. And so we've tried in our American Rescue Plan Fund, or our plans that we submitted to the governor, we are suggesting that they put money to GWA and to the Chamorro Land Trust to ensure that these properties are surveyed, that the infrastructure is brought out to those areas. And this will not only affect Chamorro Land Trust lands, but also all the surrounding areas. It will hopefully allow businesses to thrive in the area, and it will allow at a much lesser cost Chamorro Land Trust recipients to hook up to that water supply. So we're really looking forward to some of those funds being allocated. But before that can be done, and if it's going to be done, if we're going to be able to use those funds in time, the Chamorro Land Trust really has to, have their act together. They've really got to have a good handle on their inventory. They've got to know where the priority tracts, huge tracts of land are that we can take care of these applicants on. And, we've seen a lot of the meetings lately, they're talking about commercial leases. Well, there's the law on commercial leases says that you're supposed to proclaim that this land is not necessary for residential or agricultural leases. And I just want to confirm this through today's hearing as well, because all this priority on commercial leases, while we have 8,000 people waiting on a waiting list, is kind of baffling for me still, right? How can you declare land available when you've got 8,000 people who are not hooked up to a certain parcel of property? So I want them to get hooked up, to link the inventory and the people on the waiting list. And then we can very, I think, comfortably declare that we have property that's not necessary for residential or agricultural leasing. So that's the point of the hearing today. And I think these topics are really going to entail almost everything that the commission does. So that might be a long hearing.
Yeah.
I know my colleagues have many questions that they want to ask.
Yeah, and
then tonight-
sorry, man. It's just because the questions are piling up. So again, we had Senator Joanne Brown on yesterday. She brought up the whole Jack Hattig executive session issue that she had been asking for you to have an oversight hearing on it. So I guess our question is, are these topics going to be covered tonight, or could you address why we didn't see them in the agenda?
Well, I think that they are relative to applicants for residential leases. That's exactly what was going on at the time. They were trying to address applicants or their, particular issues with these applicants. And I think that, we provided the response from the Chamorro Land Trust Commission that they only found 2 cases where that activity, where the agents' recommendations were changed. So far, they've only found 2. And so they're able to, I'm sure they will be able to answer any questions on that. But I think the more important part is that there was an allegation by the senator that there was forgery. And that's a criminal allegation. And I have referred that to the Attorney General, not for an opinion, but for a prosecution if that is truly what they find. So I am confident that, we put it in front of the Attorney General's office, who is the person to prosecute crime, and that if it is a crime, that they will address it.
Thank you. Also, just going back to what you had said about in you guys' spending plan, you did note down there that there was a certain amount of money from the ARP that you guys wanted to go to GWA to stave off a potential rate increase that was going to be implemented over 3 years. And then also, I think that was the one. And then also money to Chamorro Land Trust. That being said, you guys had the big meeting with the governor. Have we heard anything from Adelup on the legislature's spend plan that was submitted to her for the American Rescue Plan funds?
No, we have not formally, especially not me, and not formally. And so, we tried during our budget hearings, we continually ask them what are their discussions regarding ARP, what parts of their agenda for FY22 are they planning to fund with ARP money, so that we can have a good idea as to what is going to be taken care of in FY22. So it's very clear to me that the agencies have made, requests to the governors. I've tried to FOIA those. I think you have as well. And so far I've not gotten any responses, but I'm not giving up on that. And now that the governor submitted something to the Treasury, I want to thank you for your FOIA on that. And I'd like to see that too. We have not received a copy of that as well.
Okay.
So I just think we need to work together on this, because we've got a budget to take care of the people of Guam. And if we are going to take care of them in the right way, then we've got to know what other resources are being allocated, so that we don't double allocate and that we don't shortchange anyone who's not going to be getting anything from this ARP, the shortchange the services. And I think that's really what we need to take care of. And if we have money available for, additional, expanded relief, then I say, let's use it. And so, we've got quite a bit of money coming in. In addition to the ARP, we're going to be getting earned income tax reimbursements. That by itself is such a huge amount of money, and it would have completely changed how we do our budgets because it's such a large amount of money. Same thing with the child tax credits. We're going to be reimbursed child tax credits. That's again a huge amount of money, and so we've got so many things that really Guam should really be progressing in the next few years. And I want to ensure that we do our due diligence during budget proceedings and passing this budget, that we don't close our eyes and we don't wish, and that we actually, try to force some real disclosure and real transparency.
Man, closing our eyes and wishing is just so much easier, though. But Speaker, you mentioned my FOIA, and I did want to just share with the audience because we didn't really do anything on this. So I did send a FOIA to the Office of the Governor, and it was for all documents relative to correspondence between GovGuam agencies and the Office of the Governor regarding requests for American Rescue Plan Act funding. And so what I was trying to get, I also had sent a FOIA for anything they had sent to Treasury, which they didn't honor or grant, or what they denied. Anyway, so I had sent this FOIA to Antelope, and they first asked for an extension to 10 days, which, I mean, usually when they ask for an extension, you're thinking, all right, I'm going to get something because they got to get everything together. Then after 10 days, they responded and denied my request and said, please be advised these documents were submitted to assist Governor Leon Guerrero in making substantive decisions related to the allocation of federal funding provided under the American Rescue Plan. As such, they are subject to a disclosure exception known as the deliberative process privilege. C5 GCA, United States Fish and Wildlife Service et al. Versus Sierra Club. I never heard of that disclosure exception. But yeah, so we did try and get the information, because what we're hearing, Senator, and there's got to be paperwork on it, because you're getting these agency directors that go into the legislature and they're saying like, oh yeah, we're going to get 20 million, or some of them like Chief Stone are acting like it's a top secret issue. Like, oh, I can't tell you how much we're going to get. So we know there's some kind of correspondence, and I don't understand why they're just not being forthright.
And it's actually, I think, very alarming that we are going to communicate with the federal government, and that we, the people of Guam, are not going to know what those communications are. I think, I've never seen that. I've never heard of it. And yes, I've heard of that exemption from FOIA. However, that was really discouraged in the last presidential administration, where the Department of Justice came out and told agencies, if you're going to claim this, we're not going to defend you unless you do this, this, and this, and this. And they really wanted to ensure that they weren't abusing that exemption, because, it controverts the spirit of the, open government information to people who are really going to be affected by the use of this money. So I think it's fair, whether they can, stick by that exemption or not. I still think it's fair that the information be provided to the people of Guam. And I think for it not to be provided to the legislature is going to hinder our ability to really hone in on this budget and get it done in an efficient and fair way. We're talking about services to the people, and that's the bottom line. I think we should all know what's going to be planned.
It's kind of just also mind-boggling to me, because they did it with the CARES Act. They came out with a proposed, spend plan for the CARES Act, and they're not doing it with the ERP. I wanted to ask, though, just real quick, because I know we're going on to this Bill 112 hearing, Madam Speaker, but what was your take? We had the CNMI Governor's Office spokesman on last week, and they've already started spending their American Rescue Plan funding. They've given $400,000 to a cancer nonprofit to continue essential cancer treatment services. They've also, I believe their governor is rolling out a direct assistance, which is supposed to hit within the first couple weeks of July. So while our governor is sitting on this $600 million and saying that you can't touch a dime of it until they have the final guidance in mid-July, our neighbors 45 minutes to the north have already begun putting this money in the hands of the people. So just kind of what's your take on this tale of two islands?
Well, I think we talked about this before, and I told you I wrote a letter to the governor encouraging her to pay that RISE Act direct relief out right away. I I guess I can't see the rationale. It's very clearly within the scope of the ARP guidelines. And I don't think that that's going to change. And so I think it should be done. And especially if they're having people go through a process of submitting applications, then they should start that right away. I asked Daphne at the last hearing, the Director of Revenue and Taxation, whether that's really necessary. Do they really have a legal basis to requiring that? Or can we exempt, can we waive that requirement that people give the Department of Revenue and Taxation some type of authority to give us our refund, or to give us, the relief, And so I hope that if she can find nothing in writing, that they just say that that's not necessary and that we are able to change that right away. But anyways, no, I agree. I agree that if the jurisdictions are clearly able to use the money, and that the use of this money for direct relief to people affected by COVID is very clearly within the guidelines that it should be done. That one's clear to me. There are some that may be debatable, but there are just some things that are not debatable under these guidelines, under this law.
Okay.
And I think the governor agreed that this would be an approved use of the funds. So, yeah.
And it's a law too. Oh, I forgot it's a law. Yeah, that's kind of the big cherry.
Since December, yes. Yeah. And I feel for the people. They're really in need of this. So they continue to call our office asking about it. They are in need of it, and I haven't seen otherwise. We've seen some businesses on Guam are really thriving. Some businesses have never, faced a shortcoming during this pandemic, but many have. But more importantly, I think many families have. And so, especially while we are raising the moratorium on evictions, this is critical. And we've seen very little relief granted on the rental relief. So I just think if they can use it to keep their families afloat, then let's just get that out right away.
All right, thank you for that. Now on to this hearing tonight. You're introducing Bill 112, which has definitely made a lot of waves before it was even introduced.
Yeah, well, we had, since last term, we took it upon ourselves to have 3 informational briefings. These were huge. It was the first time the medical malpractice law had been, looked at again in like 30 years. So we looked at it. We asked for all kinds of suggestions. We heard from many, many doctors. We heard from patients, and we've heard from, lawyers. We heard from all sectors of the community, and we tried to combine all of that testimony. And I thought it was clear that everyone acknowledged that there was an issue, that arbitration, as mandated under current law, is so expensive that it precludes not just the indigent, poor people, but the working class people from even beginning the process, which requires a $10,000 filing fee, right? On top of that, you pay arbitrators' fees at the rate of $450 an hour, their travel sometimes, their rooms, for the adjudication, all kinds of costs. And so the average that we were told is about $50,000 to get through arbitration. And that's only to allow you to go to trial. So we've given doctors by law, because of our policy that we need doctors, we want to attract them here, and we want to, retain them. We've given them a very special protection. So my Bill 112, does not repeal special protection for doctors. And I think that needs to be made very, very, very clear, because there's a huge misconception out there that now they're going to be exposed to all kinds of liability that they weren't exposed to today, and that's absolutely wrong. The standard of care that we've put in our bill, we copied from the current law. So we are continuing the standard of care. And that means if what you are doing is not malpractice today, it is not malpractice tomorrow. It's exactly the same standard of care. And if our standard of care is based on our community, of course, and so it's unique to Guam, and all cases will be judged that way. And so what the bill does is really, it allows arbitration to continue, but it doesn't mandate it, and it doesn't mandate that costly arbitration procedure. It allows the patients and the doctors who are in the proceedings to come to an agreement as to arbitration, to come to an agreement like every other case on Guam that goes to arbitration. Every other type of case goes to regular arbitration. And in regular arbitration, the parties decide how many arbitrators there will be, what we will pay them. Will they be doctors or lawyers or both or members of the community? But right now, they're mandated to fund 3 arbitrators, 1 lawyer, 1 doctor, 1 community member. And that's very, very, very expensive. So this allows them arbitration at a rate that they can afford or that they agree to, on the terms that they agree to. And this is how negligence claims are handled in arbitration for every other type of case. So that's one. We continue to allow arbitration. The second thing is we have not changed the standard of care. It's exactly the same. And the third thing is that we are allowing, if they cannot agree to the type of arbitration, we allow for a backup, and that is you can go to a magistrate, which is already funded by the government of Guam. It's not going to take any more money from taxpayers to fund this. Like, some of the doctors have proposed that we all out fund their arbitration, the $50,000 per case that we, the government, fund that to give them these special protections. And I think it's much more affordable that we fund a magistrate to act as the screening panel. So we allow the cases to be screened, and we're allowing these cases to be screened like no other cases are screened on Guam. It's a very special protection. It's confidential. They're going to screen for frivolous cases. Frivolous lawsuits are going to be told by that magistrate straight up that this is frivolous. You are not going to win, or we don't recommend that you get anything. And so I think that should be a deterrent to frivolous lawsuits. It's going to help to protect doctors, and it's going to protect their reputations by keeping this confidential until the screening panels come to that decision that, they were at fault or they were not. And we're talking about negligence here. We're not talking about, bad outcomes for patients. We're talking about you have to prove negligence. You have to prove that you did not practice standard of care. That's who's liable today. That's who will be liable tomorrow. Only those people, not just because, the outcome was bad on my case or, when I went to the doctor. I don't get to claim for that. I only can claim if they didn't do what they said they were going to do, which is operate on the right arm, and they operated on something else, negligence. It's where they've acted outside of the standard of care for Guam. And so I think this protects doctors. It allows access to justice for patients that right now, and these are the facts, they do not have access to justice. They are absolutely excluded by having to come up with a $10,000 filing fee and $50 arbitration costs, expert witness fees, not including, if they proceed beyond arbitration to trial, they do it all over again. They pay, again, $50,000 for experts, for,
Madam Speaker, I don't know if your sleeve is brushing the microphone there or something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This reminds me of my grandfather. So he had an operation at Naval Hospital, and they sewed up one of the instruments up inside of him. Then they had to open him up again and take it out. But grew up poor. We don't have $40,000 to $60,000 lying around to pursue justice. So I wanted to talk about, because there's something I saw in the language, the number of complaints that have been successfully filed with this costly process that we're currently living under now. What's that number over the last, however many years?
I don't have it in front of me, but the numbers are so low. I want to say 7 over the past several years, right? So when we did the bill, we estimated 7 maximum cases that might be filed in a year. And that was based on years of what we could have, see. And we can't see, this is one of the things, to be, that maybe everybody needs to understand. This arbitration process does not allow us to see which doctors they're filing claims against. It does not allow us to see who's paying out, what they're paying out. It doesn't allow us to see any of that. We are not able to assess that. We are assessing it based on what was provided to us at the 3 informational briefings that we had. And based on that, these claims are very, very rare, maybe 2 a year. Yeah, and so we, thought 2 a year that can be handled with the current caseload of magistrates. And don't forget, magistrates, these are people appointed by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court to act like judges. They're under the same code of ethics as judges and sworn to the same, not to have conflicts of interest and to be impartial in their determinations. And no, they're not doctors. And so doctors feel very uncomfortable that a decision will be made by somebody who's not a doctor. Well, this process continues to allow, just like the current arbitration process, where in this current arbitration, not all the panelists are doctors either. The panelist is one lawyer, one doctor, and one community member. So in order to inform the community members and the lawyers as to what the standard of care is on Guam, expert witnesses are brought in arbitration, and those cost at least $5,000 each. And this is not reimbursable. You're going to pay this no matter what. You bring in expert witnesses to say what you believe the standard of care is on Guam. And that's where really the debate happens. It's between the 2 expert witnesses on both sides as to what is the standard of care on Guam. That is going to happen in arbitration. That is what's going to happen under a magistrate. So the magistrate is not going to be uninformed. He's going to be informed to the fullest extent of the party's ability as to what the standard of care is on Guam. And there's nothing to prevent, anyone from bringing in doctors as expert witnesses. And in fact, that's how malpractice cases are done. And by expert witnesses testimony pretty much is, it's very crucial, but it's all paid by the person bringing the case. So I'm only addressing one part of the costs, and that is getting rid of this mandatory filing fees, mandatory 3-person arbitration, allowing for, arbitration at a level that you can afford or you agree to, or that somebody else is going to pay for, or a magistrate judge appointed by the Supreme Court, confirmed by the legislature in public hearings, so the public will also have input, and that these magistrates will, do what judges do, and that is make a determination based on the law and the evidence in front of them, and that parties will be able to, provide their argument as to what the standard of care is on Guam. So, I know that there's a lot of fear, it seems like, out there. The doctors are afraid that we are taking away their protection, but I hope that they will tune in to these informational briefings and the public hearing, provide testimony, on July 7th, July 12th. I welcome all testimony and I welcome all suggestions. And we have received some very good suggestions, in fact, from some of the letters that we've received so far, some of the phone calls. I've had many talks with doctors and, so I think sometimes they're getting their information. I'm not sure from where, but I hope that they can get it directly from, our hearings on the bill, and that everybody can be informed before they really come down with a final opinion on this, and that we can improve this bill. I absolutely am open to that. And so that's why I'm having 3 hearings. And I'm hoping that we are going to get suggestions and not just criticism, that we are going to be able to improve it, and that we're not going to back off from our commitment to those people who are being shut out of justice. I think that's just, it can't be right in anybody's book. It wasn't right even in the doctor's book that came before us in the last hearings. And so, I think we're going to take care of that. Yeah. We're not going to throw doctors under the bus. We are not doing any of that. We recognize and we are giving doctors special protections under Guam law that not all jurisdictions give, and that we on Guam do not give to any other profession. And so I just think that also needs to be very, very clear, and that I'm willing to work with all of them.
Well, we keep talking about the doctors. Let's get into their side of it. So I'm sure Dr. Shea was kind of the first one to clap back, and he said something like, I'm not going to work on certain type of cancer patients, which was a hard hit And then we now have this letter that Senator Moylan was able to provide and is also circulating, signed by a bunch of pediatricians, Madam Speaker. 1, 2, 3. I mean, there's like about under 20 pediatricians. And I'm just going to read a little bit from here, and then we could get your response. As a direct consequence of this proposed Bill 11236, the practice of medicine is changing, and for the worse. Dr. Erica Alford, our island's adult endocrinologist, who has been generously willing to care for pediatric patients when we have needed her help both in the hospital and outpatient setting, has already stopped accepting pediatric consultations and will no longer be seeing any new or existing pediatric patients. This leaves children on Guam with diabetes and other endocrinologic disorders without a specialist to manage their condition. It's only a matter of time before other adult specialists do the same and start refusing to see pediatric patients as a result of Bill 11236. Moreover, we primary care physicians would not be able to manage our patients' complex illnesses either, for fear of litigation and the risks associated with practicing beyond our scope of training as general pediatricians. Our patients and their families will be left with no other option than to seek specialty care off island. This letter signed by Amanda Del Rosario, pediatrician with American Medical Center and the pediatric department chair of the Guam Memorial Hospital.
Thank you for bringing that up, Chris. And again, like I tried to explain earlier, I think there's a lot of fear going around in the community. I think they are getting interpretations, and I'm not clear what those interpretations are that they're looking at, but I think it's a misconception to say that what they are practicing today is going to change or should change as part or in response to this bill. If they are practicing within the standard of care for Guam today, they will be practicing within the standard of care tomorrow pursuant to this bill, because it's the exact same standard of care that is copied from the current law into this bill. And we are not changing that. And the fact that, physicians are threatening not to see patients, that's a whole other realm of actions that, I can't fathom. They are threatening because a bill is introduced, first of all, not even passed, to not see patients. I don't understand that. And if the standard of care is not changing, then, their threats that they're going to not, take care of the patients that they're taking care of today, I don't know where that comes from. It can't be coming even from a change in the standard of care. We're not requiring them to do any different standard of care. And I certainly hope that what they're providing today is within the standard of care. I mean, that's what it has to be. And I don't think anyone in the original malpractice, mandatory arbitration law was intending that physicians would be protected from negligence, protected from malpractice. That was not the intent of the law. It's not a blanket protection. It's a protection that if you perform standard of care, then we are going to protect you from frivolous claims that don't even allege that you violated the standard of care. And we want you to practice standard of care. And standard of care on Guam is different than standard of care anywhere else. It's based on what we have available to us. And if physicians are currently practicing standard of care, then they will be covered just the same under the new law, because we are incorporating the exact same standard of care. And if we are, I was told, there's a lot of threats. There are threats. I think even some of the senators are fearing that their families are not going to be treated by these doctors because the doctors are making threats. That, I've even heard threats, would you believe this, that they're going to, that they will not treat poor clients because now the poor clients can sue, right? Because that's really the change we're making here, is we're opening it up that not only rich VIP clients or patients can seek justice for negligence, we're opening it up so that poor patients can also try to seek justice. There's still a huge cost, and I don't think we're going to be able to cover everybody. but we're opening it up a little bit more so that more people who really have been injured by malpractice, by negligence, that they are going to have some kind of access to justice. Really, it's that's the only change we're making. We're not changing standard of care on Guam. We're not changing who can consult with who, and we're not telling doctors how to practice, what they have been doing. And if they're changing, the logic of that is, especially prior to a bill being passed, if they're saying it's because of the bill is baffling to me. And if they're changing their practice because while we are keeping the same standard of care, then maybe I don't know. They should always be examining their standard of care. And we want standard of care. That's what we want for the patients. We want that for all patients. And we want access to justice. So I'm hoping that these pediatricians and all the doctors will take heed of, the information provided during the hearings, that they will listen to other testimony. We've also received testimony from other doctors. And I agree with a lot of their suggestions. They continue, and we as a legislature have a lot of work cut out for us to address medical care on Guam in general. We need to retain and recruit doctors by increasing salaries, especially at GMH. We've had oversight hearings to address salaries at GMH for doctors and professional staff, including nurses. We have had hearings at the University of Guam as to how we are going to fund local people to fill these fields, right, so that we will get these doctors to come back to Guam. Doctors are committed and who are not going to abandon patients, who are going to serve these patients of Guam, just like we all, are trying to do out of love for the people of Guam, and to do that to the best of our ability. And I think we as a government are continuing to take, to offer protections, not afforded everywhere, that we're trying to offer protections and we're trying to offer support. And there's a lot of work to be done. This bill does not solve at all half of the crises in the medical centers, but we have been working diligently to address those. There's things like preventative care that we absolutely have to support public health in their efforts, on diabetes and preventative care. And before these become huge issues and sometimes irreparable harm to the patients.
Yeah.
So,
Madam Speaker, I just have
anyways,
one more question. I'm sorry, but just on this current issue that we're talking about. So you're saying the existing law was not designed or was designed to protect doctors against frivolous claims, but the way it ended up happening because of the expensive and, clearly poor people can't afford to bring anything. So it kind of seems like it's protecting doctors from all claims now if they're only getting 2 a year.
Absolutely. And I think the doctors recognize that, at least the ones who, I've received letters from, many of them recognize this. It's not a secret. That is well known, that they are absolutely protected from any claims right now, from people who cannot afford a $10,000 filing fee, people who cannot afford to hire, an expert witness at $5,000, who cannot afford the approximately $50,000 of arbitration costs prior to going to trial.
Right.
And that in all other negligence cases, they go straight to trial. Every other person who harms another person, we can take those straight to trial. And so this is very special. And there's a policy behind this special treatment of doctors that I recognize and I want to affirm. But I just think we cannot, in affirming that policy, block off poor people from accessing justice. Even the district court recognizes that, and they wanted to hear from the Supreme Court as to, what do we do with the poor people who can't afford arbitration? And so I hope everyone will just tune in, keep their minds open, and not succumb to fear. Of course, I wouldn't be pushing this bill. I have a family who needs medical care. Who doesn't, right? But we also have a community who needs access to justice. And I think there is a way to balance both. And I think fear shouldn't be part of it. Open discussion should be really the way. And that, suggestions and ways to make it better, I'm very open to that. But otherwise, I'm not going to succumb to fear, and I hope that these doctors do not. And I think that there is absolutely a way for GMH to contract and hire specialists, and have them avail of liability protection at GMH. I mean, all of that, it's still intact. There's nothing that changes any of that.
Speaker, this question from Nestor. For the first time this fiscal year, the latest CRER shows revenues collected are more than $6 million more than projected. What's your reaction to that?
That was startling news for us. Good news, I guess. It's we asked the Director of Revenue and Taxation if she could explain where that surplus came from, or the excess. She really didn't have a good answer on that. I was asking whether it might have been from the tax refunds that they extended the deadline until May. So those were just paid, right? Some of those, the tax returns. So some of those taxes were paid probably in May, and maybe that accounts for the bump. But otherwise, we haven't got a full explanation of that, but that's good news. So I hope our economy is beginning to recover a little bit, and but we still see shortfalls in the special funds, huge shortfalls in many of the special fund areas. And so it's not a overall, excess for the government of Guam, but it was a rise in the general fund.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your generosity with your time. Yeah, appreciate it.
And again, the hearings are at 5 o'clock today on this medical malpractice law. 5 o'clock today, 5 o'clock on July 7th, and 5 o'clock on July 12th. Thank you again.
Okay.
Take care.
There you go, Speaker Therese Terlahi. Interesting. It's so interesting to me. You know what I mean? That I got a friend here. This is just a personal story. I'm not going to name where, but anyway, so my friend's father-in-law is currently hospitalized, and the nurse gave my friend's father-in-law the wrong IV. Like, it was the IV for the patient next door, and they gave that's not even funny, sorry. Gave the father-in-law the IV from the next door. And so this friend called me, and they were like, hey, they said that they're gonna they were going to like call the nurse in, and I don't know whatever happened with that. But so basically the place had confirmed that there was, a negligent act. And so he said, hey, can you know any lawyers who would want to just talk to us to see what, if there's anything we can do about it. And so I called a lawyer friend of mine, and he was like, oh, yeah, this is too impossible, man. Lawyers don't even touch those kind of cases because it's just, there's so many hoops to jump through. It's going to be 10 grand right off the bat. So that's the situation today. Right now. I mean, did my friend's father-in-law die? No, but how do you hold people accountable? You know what I mean? I mean, you shouldn't have to drop 10 G's just because you want a little accountability. And that's all. And I mean, is there a middle ground? And are these doctors, are they prescribing fear with this bill? Maybe. I would like to see more information. So when we get these pediatricians who come out with this letter and they're saying that, because of Bill 112, no specialists are going to come to Guam. Well, tell us why. Tell us why they aren't. What is it specifically in the bill that they feel is going to keep specialists? And what specialists are we? We already don't have any specialists. Are you kidding? My brother had a stroke, and we had to wait for the specialist to come from Hawaii to look at his brain. So it's not like we're drowning in specialists here. In this letter, it shows there's an adult endocrinologist who's double dutying with pediatric cases. So yeah, we don't. I mean,
correct me if I'm wrong, because I remember that, because all of us on the news team, Chris's brother John Davis, very good reporter with us for several years. We all went to the ER that night, and as luck would have it, like the specialist that worked on his embolism.
Yeah.
Aneurysm. I'm sorry, aneurysm. Yes. Just happened to be like in town, or just arrived like that night.
Right. Yeah. And so he had come.
The way it all lined up was very, very fortunate.
I mean,
for him.
Yeah, but it was fortunate for me and my brother. But that doesn't mean it's going to be fortunate for everyone else out there. We just happened to be lucky that he was scheduled to come like the next day.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, there's obviously.
And I remember that, and we all said a prayer, and we're like, "Thank you, the guy was here." Yeah.
I mean, there's obviously issues regarding like medical malpractice that need to be looked at, you know. I mean, and for doctors to kind of take this hard stance, like, oh no, leave it in place. There's not, no, we're gonna quit. We're gonna hang up our white coats. We're not gonna see any more patients. It's a little bit of an extreme reaction, especially to a bill that hasn't even been discussed on the session floor yet. I mean, they haven't even introduced this yet, and you're seeing this kind of like hit back. I mean, it's crazy.
Because the flip side of what you just shared about your brother is I know so many people over the years, and they've shared stories with me where they said, you know, something happened to a loved one of mine or something like that, and they said the specialist just left.
Let me just read from this letter here. Our patients and their families will be left with no other option than to seek specialty care off island. Guess what? That happens every day on our island already. People you guys know this is true. Medical fundraisers, you know, I mean, how many people have cancer? They got to go off island. You know, specialty operations, they got to go off island. Our people got to go to the PI. They can't do that now. They got to go to the States. So, like, what are you guys even talking about? We already have to go off island. So I'm looking forward to this debate because, yeah, I mean, right off the bat, to me, the black and white of it, can poor people bring a justifiable case against a doctor today? No, they can't. You just can't. Unless you have some kind of benevolent sponsor or you win that Vax and Win raffle. And that wouldn't even cover it. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm not laughing at it. I just, you know, I find humor in the weirdest things. So that hearing's at 5 today. So it's definitely going to be some very, very...
And she said today is going to be the information briefing where
they're bringing in some attorneys.
And she introduces and goes through in great detail pretty much what she just told us over the last 45 minutes about her legislation, the way it's structured, and then she actually brings in some people to kind of break down from their point.
Right.
And like she said, there are also similar hearings on July 7th and July 12th, which they then bring in, you know, other parties so they can hear all sides of the argument.
And I think maybe why the doctors are hitting so hard, and I didn't say it's uncomfortable because we're close with a lot of the doctors because we just got through a pandemic. So right now, doctors are riding kind of high, like their, you know, visibility, their credibility. But I think the reason why they're hitting so hard is because they know that this bill has a lot of support. I mean, I think there are like 12 senators who are supporting this bill. And the 3 who aren't are routinely questionable on what they do in the legislature. So I think that's kind of why these doctors are like, oh my God, this thing's going to pass. And they got the 12 votes already. So they're making the rounds. But again...
and you said it was at least a dozen pediatricians that signed off on that letter, right? Like,
I mean, it's
at least Baker's dozen easily.
Yeah, so there's Dr. Del Rosario, Dr. Ramel Carlos,
Dr. Michael I know from One Love Pediatrics, who we're very familiar with.
Yeah, so Dr. Dennis Sarmento, Dr. Maria Blancafor, Dr. Edna Santos, Dr. Ben Numpang, Dr. Brianna Miller, Dr. Antonio L. Garcia, Dr. John Garrido, Dr. Jasmine Walker, Dr. Christina Manolato. Yeah, it's a lot of doctors. Okay. So there you go. It's 9:09. Let's take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of The Link next. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
Enter the Pacific Points
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified. My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Gancharfris, KUAM Senior Producer, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
9:21. Good morning, Miss a Ling, Miss a Lot. Good show today so far. Started off with Mary Rhodes. They're doing their big economic forum tomorrow, Jay.
Yes, yeah. So that's going to be tomorrow from 8 to 12. She was saying the Airbnb standard operating procedure has now been officially good to go. They're going to break that down. They're going to talk to their membership. They're going to talk about all aspects of the island economy. That is going to be a big one, and because it has so many impacts on so many ways of island life and everything like that, we're going to bring you Mary actually sent us the agenda. There's a lot of really good presentations, so you guys should register for that on your own. We're going to bring you the first one, which is impacts of reopening tourism, tomorrow on the link.
We're talking with acting public health officer Chima Mbakwem about vaccinations, right? Because a bunch of these positives, I think there was 18 of them were unvaccinated. And it was all like families. So I just got this thing here. The Philippines President Duterte threatens to arrest anyone refusing to get vaccinated. Why that president of yours, Joe, sir? I don't know. We're gonna punch him in the face or shake his hand. It depends on the day of the week, I guess, right? Yeah. All right. Well, there's one way. That's just funny. Jason, you look like you actually agree with that.
Threaten, I mean, is there any better way to motivate someone, I guess?
Hey, that's the stick. Over here in Guam, we're doing the carrot, which is you can win $10,000 or a brand new car. Jay, give him the deets on...
okay, so by the way, a lot of people were confused. They were saying, I thought you guys were doing the whole 721, leading up to Liberation Day, of course, on July 21st. But GVB and Adelup are going to have their grand reveal of who the Week 2 winner of $10,000 and a car. Not sure which car it is this week, Chris, because last week was the Mitsubishi.
Yeah.
And remember, they got 6 local car manufacturers to all contribute.
Car dealers. They don't manufacture them here.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Car dealers. So a different car every week. That's going to be at 4 p.m. on the governor's Facebook page. We're going to share it on ours.
I think today it's a Lamborghini Ferrari. No, don't quote me on that, guys.
Yeah.
We had our friends at Guma Mommy were laughing. And let's get to Guma Mommy.
Wait, okay, so our friends at Guma Mommy, did you guys enter the raffle?
Yeah.
We got Monica, Sam, and Jaira. Okay. Yes. 2 out of 3. Jaira, yes? Oh, no, you still got time.
Use your words, Jaira. Unmute.
I'm vaccinated, but I have not signed up for the car.
You still got money.
I didn't know money was
time, man.
An option, so.
Yeah, it's $10,000 or a car. Right on. Right. And they already gave one of the Muñas, so you should be good this year, or this week. 924. Guma Mommy, man, we wanted to bring Sam, Monica, and Jaira on here to talk about, I saw on my friend Angela's Instagram that you guys there's a bunch of positions that you guys are looking for. Project supervisor, care workers, independent living mentor, peer support specialist, peer navigators, victim advocates, and office clerk. So Guma Mommy, nonprofit, correct?
Yes. Yes, so we're a nonprofit organization providing services to individuals with disabilities.
Right.
And we're actually celebrating our 40th anniversary this year. We're 40 years old.
Love you guys. You guys are awesome. Sam, but I mean, wow, you're looking for that many positions. Is there anyone left working at Guma Mommy?
Yes, we're actually expanding one of our programs, and we're also implementing some new projects. And that's why I have Sarah and Monica here with me. They're the program managers, and they're the ones who will be supervising some of the or they oversee some of the positions.
Right.
When we talk about the positions, I'll have them give us descriptions of the duties and responsibilities of each of the positions. So
right. No, I'll just go down the list, Sam, if you don't mind. So
we're starting. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say we're implementing two new projects with Guam PA for Health and the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence.
So let's talk about those two programs that you guys are getting into and what these positions you're hiring will do relative to those two programs. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So our new project with Guam PA for Health and Wellness Center is the goal is to encourage active participation in treatment and services for persons with serious mental illness. And we'll be for that project we'll be hiring a program supervisor who will oversee the program and oversee the peer navigators. The peer navigators, those two positions are specifically for individuals with lived experiences of serious mental illness. And their role will be to work with our community partners and also the families to encourage their family members who experience or who are recovering from mental illness to be more active in their treatment and services. The other program with the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence, it's a new program. It's actually an expansion of one of our programs that provides services to individuals with disabilities who are also victims of sexual assault or family violence. Yeah, and that's the victim advocate position. Yeah, and the role of that that individual will be to help the victim navigate the service system and the legal process also, and of course to advocate for the rights and safety of the victim. So so those are those two programs covered: the program supervisor, peer navigators, and victim advocate. For the program specialist, that's for Jaira's program. I'll have her talk about that also.
Go ahead, Jaira.
All right. So the peer support specialist is somebody also with lived experience, and they'll be working under the Sagan Mommy program, which is a center, community-based program that provides, similarly to an outpatient program for mental illness, support services, enrichment, recovery support, training in pre-employment and employment, housing connection, assistance with getting into applying for benefits, public benefits, and then just encouraging those who are in recovery to find their natural supports in the community. So a person who has that experience living either in homelessness and with a mental illness or living with a mental illness is somebody who will be able to provide the support and the encouragement and kind of just connect with a person who may be going through this for the first time or going through this again in their life. And they're actually the ones who will be leading and facilitating workshops and groups and providing one-on-one support to individuals at our center. So we're looking for a part-time positions to be filled, and I would be their one of the managers there, and they will be working with I want to say about 6 other people. I can do my math right. So they would have support and they would not be alone. But yeah, definitely somebody who is looking to encourage another person to move forward in the recovery process within the serious mental illness arena, and things that they go through in that sense. It is a program. Saga Mommy is a program that is funded by Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. So of course we do partner with them and work with them and collaborate with them throughout. That's the peer support specialist position.
Right. Sam and Monica and Jaira, let me ask you guys, we're talking about addiction, rehabilitation. How bad is the drug problem with persons with disabilities under Guma Mommy's watch?
I can speak from Saga Mommy's point of view a little bit. I can say how, I guess on a scale of badness, really, but it's there definitely assistance there, especially during the pandemic where, and then, because we work with those who are also homeless, so there's a lot of stressors, a lot of broken support systems, disconnection from family and friends. And then during the pandemic, an increased disconnection from services that were more readily available. And then a lot of people, of course, just depending on the person, but a lot of people do need that in-person contact, connection. They need to feel that, or, that's a better way of providing a support for them, or it helps them and helps with their coping skills. So I would say that within the Saga Mommy circle, we see a lot of people go just back and forth, struggling and then recovering, struggling and recovering, and it's just an ongoing process. It does build resiliency in that person, and they have a lot of strength in that manner, where they're able to handle a lot of things and they're able to really support their peers and provide them with encouragement and kind of, share their experience and that there's hope. But it's definitely a struggle because of the limited services, I think, specific to each individual. That's kind of what they see as lacking, like there's services available, but each person, handles things differently and has different needs. So they kind of are left with what's available and have to deal with that.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're saying that persons with disabilities are no different from other people and that they face the same struggles with addiction, right? Sam and Monica, kind of wanted to ask, because it's something what Jaira had said about some people needing just that face-to-face involvement, interaction with, not just Guma Mommy, right? With any of these agencies that kind of are on the front line in responding to, mental well-being and the social issues. But we saw this with CPS, where because of the pandemic and the way people were staying home and there was no interaction, they weren't going out, they ended up with this tremendous backlog of all these, it was like 1,000 complaints, something crazy like that. What about on Guma Mommy's end? What was you guys' status during the pandemic, and are you in a similar situation where kind of when we went to PCOR 2, PCOR 3, that you guys took a look around and said, wow, we got a lot of catching up to do?
Yes. I'm going to have Monica share our experiences from our residential programs. She's the program manager and the lead treatment specialist for our homes, and we had we experienced the same thing that the island was experiencing, and I'm going to have her share some of the things that we were doing to cope with the situation.
In terms of the housing support programs, I actually oversee 2 homes, the Hinanauta program and the Mary Claire home. So those are actually residential group homes or residential homes for persons with mental illness, right? And so it was a very difficult time, especially because, we have essential workers that have to continue to work regardless 24/7, right? 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, it was very difficult for the individuals to go out in the community. We are still, the homes are, we are still very we try to ensure the safety of the residents in the homes. So right now, we're still not taking any visitors. But slowly, we are having the individuals that we support go out into the community. We actually wrote a small grant with, and we're very thankful with Gita. And one of the things that we ended up doing was trying to improve the communication system with families. We were able to get some laptops in the home so families can actually virtually chat with other family members. Because we've never had this kind of problem where people can't go out in the community, so it was a little challenging, a lot challenging, to ensure the safety of the folks that we do support. I'm very thankful that we had staff that continued to provide the services regardless. Our doors were not closed in terms of our staff. They had to report to the homes, or else we're not going to be able to support these individuals that live in the home. So I really applaud the staff for doing that. The families were very, very good in terms of virtually meeting. We had to have, even in terms of meeting with their psychologists on a monthly basis, we were still able to do that virtually. We were still able to, we do have a partnership. I've actually, also with American Medical Center, I'm sure you'll know of her, Dr. Neil Kelly. So I know that she's done some shows with you as well. Yeah, so she actually comes to the home once a month, and she was providing some of that support so that the residents didn't have to go out to receive those medical services. And she ended up doing some of the assessments and the follow through and helping us with sort out some of those issues.
Sam?
Yes, and for our Second Mommy program, which provides day and evening programs for those who are also experiencing homelessness. We're still recovering from this COVID situation. I know that the members or the consumers of that program have sent me videos and letters and stuff asking to open up the center again. Right. But I just want to assure them that we're working on that. We're still trying to open. We still have to go through public health approval and check with our funding source. If we really can open up that program, the facility. As of now, the services that we provide are done virtually. Also, the only thing that we do kind of in person, but in applying the social distancing mandate is passing out of food every evening, and not every evening. From Monday to Friday, we still give out our usual dinner snacks for the members, and they just come by the facility, and the staff just hand out the food there. But yeah, we're and I know it's a very difficult situation for the members. They've been asking, and I know they're trying to send me different messages to have the center open up again, but we want to open it in a way where it's safe for everyone, for the members and for the staff also.
You know what? I get a lot of messages from Sam. Who I get a lot of messages from are homeless individuals who were kicked out of the shelter over there at the Global Dorm, and they're messaging me. I mean, it's so sad because they had this opportunity at the shelter. But now they can't go back there, and they're asking about the second shelter opening, and they're also asking about what happens to them now. Now that they, blew that chance, I guess, to be housed at Global Dorm. So I mean, I feel for them because it's a difficult Global Dorm's a difficult situation. You know what I mean, with the location, with who they're actually trying to house there. It's more of a family. It's supposed to be more for the families, right? So I think some of the individuals are had a hard time adjusting, right? I mean, when you go from homeless, doing whatever you're doing to survive, to a more structured environment, a lot of times it's a difficult fit, right?
Yes, and one of the things that I can say is that Guamami is a member of the Guam Homeless Coalition,
right?
And one of the systems that we have in place within the coalition is we try to apply this as a no wrong tour policy, whereas if a homeless individual shows up at a tour of one of the providers or one of the members, what we try to do is to help them or assist them to get to the appropriate service providers. So I can say, like, if even for us at Guamami, also our focus is on individuals with disabilities. If we have homeless individuals who reach out to us, we do take their information and try to refer them through the Homeless Coalition network.
That's good to hear. Guamami, Sam, let's get you on in a couple weeks to kind of catch up with these new programs. And then maybe
yes,
because we haven't heard from you. I was looking at my WhatsApp, and I think the last time I heard from you was in November of last year. So we definitely want to keep this conversation current. You know what I mean? Jaira, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the time.
Monica,
Yes, take care.
of course. Appreciate your time this morning, Monica.
Yes, please come out and apply to for our positions. You know, it's a fun place to work. I want to share that with our home. We don't have a high turnover rate, which is really good. But we do, you know, sometimes people need to leave off island. So please come out and apply for the independent living mentor position. It's a lot of fun. I've been doing this ever since over 25 years.
Oh.
I was saying the organization opened in what year? 82. I've been here for I don't want to even go there. So I was only like 22. But I was only 22. But you know what? It's a fun place to work, and we have a great director that allows us to strengthen our organization. We have a very good staffing structure, and you know, please come out and apply for the position. Okay.
Got it. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Thank you all.
Okay, Sam. Take it easy, my friend. There you go. Guamami, 9:44. It's Wednesday, June 23rd. Coming up, The Greater Good, which is a segment where we highlight people in the community who are doing good work. And we definitely have that with our featured guests for The Greater Good segment. Before we get to that, though, we're going to get to this. Burger King, guys. You know what today is?
It's midweek.
It's midweek.
It's hump day.
I want to read a passage from the book of the King, the Burger King. Whopper Wednesday is back. Celebrating the class of 2021. You line up, you get a Whopper, you say, I love the Whopper! They're going to give you a free Whopper. All right? And I don't know.
Or, you know, do what I do.
What do you do, Jay?
Or what I said I was going to do today, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in line today at Burger King, because in Tumon, because I support Tumon businesses, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to say, I love the Whopper, and I'm going to give the extra Whopper to whoever's behind me.
Right on.
And Chris is going to be following me in his car so that he can be behind me so that he can score a free Whopper and then just probably take off down towards in Alahan.
Yeah. Now, guys, go line up behind Jason. Cool. Yeah, I know you got your stalkers watching you all day, so they probably know exactly when you're going to go to Burger King. Even. Okay, guys, so you just go there, you say, I love the Whopper. It's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific with a little bit of love and half a day this morning. Good morning.
can be my angel. Let me be your king. Let me take you to places that you ain't never been. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. Can't get you out of my head. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. I hold you inside of my head. You can be my angel. Let me be your king. Let me take you to places that you ain't never been. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. Can't get you out of my head. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. I hold you inside of my head. I swear you act like you got no time for me. And the way that you move mesmerizes me. Why you gotta act like that? Ooh, why you gotta act like that? No, I like it when you take that stroke. I like the way you put it on me. I like it when you pop it slow. Cause I ain't tryna bust till the morning. Let me cook, clean, steam for you. Let me take you to places I done dreamed for you. I can undo your straps on your heels for you. Let's forget about the past, now it's real for you. You can be my angel. Let me be your king. Let me take you to places that you ain't never been. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. Can't get you out of my head. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. I hold you inside of my head. You can be my angel. Let me be your king.
Kapua with King. Right here, 9:47. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Jason Solis. Good morning,
Would you
Jason.
stop with that. It's all about the guests, man. Okay, well, it's time for our Greater Good segment. We look forward to doing this each and every Wednesday. The Greater Good is brought to you right here on the link.
The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at Jay Goodman, a happiness company. You're in good hands with Jay Goodman.
Representatives bringing awareness to our residents and encouraging participation in planned activities to celebrate the Greater Good. Once again, brought to you by the fine folks at Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and you definitely are in good hands with Jay Goodman. And we are in good hands right now because, hands up, we are in the presence of Dr. Rosa Palomo and Dr. Debbie Ellen, two members of the Pacific Islands Bilingual Bicultural Association. Half a day to you both. I wish I could amen the both of you because I have to be, respectful. But we're on Zoom, so amen.
And it's COVID.
Oops, Auntie Rosa, you gotta unmute. So good morning to you both.
Good morning, half a day.
All right, so good to see both of you. And as I understand, I remember I was interviewing the both of you about a year ago because your organization was making charitable contributions. And Auntie Rosa, we'll start with you. You were advocating for how important it is on Guam to be. I mean, some people on Guam, bilingual is the minimal. Some people speak Chamorro and English and Tagalog and Japanese. And but how are things at your organization? Now, obviously, we're still not at 100% back to normal and everything. So how are things going with serving the community?
Well, Jason, with our organization, per the our Constitution, we have to be sensitive with as many of, or if not all of the Micronesian the languages within Micronesia, because that's within the scope of our organization. And it isn't just focusing on Chamorro and English, but also in as many other of the other languages as possible. We are also encouraging members, not just from the educational community, but other communities who come from these other languages and cultures, so that they too can impart knowledge of their languages and their culture to us. Now, we've done a couple of things with, for instance, there was a program on Humanities Guahan, right, Dr. Deb? That was one of the things. And the program coordinator there, Nadine, had asked us to also do stories in Chamorro, so that there's also the diversity of languages there.
Oh, our friend
So
Nadine Sangeni.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, it's we support that kind of activity because it's being inclusive, right? Instead of being exclusive. Sometimes it's a little difficult, but we do the best we can. Deb, you want to add on to that?
Well, just I think in terms of over the past year plus, in terms of meeting and doing things, a lot of our communication has been WhatsApp. We're still continuing efforts. So if somebody finds out about, somebody in need, for example, we rally together as always and do things, whether it's collecting funds or collecting material and then supporting those communities. So the PIBA, in some ways, has become maybe even more active, I would say, in this past year and a half, in terms of, community, doing things in the community for folks that may be in need for different reasons, right? And then we've wanted to do other things, such as we're going to be doing some events coming up now in July and then on through the next year. And I know Professor Lama will talk to you about that. So, it's given us time to kind of rethink and to prioritize, what we are about in terms of, reaching out to the community, listening to the folks in our PIBA group that are telling us about other needs in the community.
Well,
so that's been going.
Yeah, and maybe I guess I kind of pigeonholed myself, and I'll take that responsibility, because when I said on Guam, so many people, at least from my generation, I'm 47, right? So I grew up like around the 80s. And when I said so many of us speak Chamorro and English and Japanese, it was kind of like that was the thing to do. But Dr. Palomo, you said very effectively, as you were like, now we have to embrace the fact that we're part of a larger Micronesia community. So, we want to learn how to speak Chuukese, and Palauan and Koshrayan and Yapese and be able to communicate with our brothers and sisters who are our neighbors, because we share so many things in common culturally, and so many things about our ways of life parallel each other so naturally. And then language is one of those things, like you should pick up.
We should. We want to be able to understand each other better, and I think by being exposed to these other cultures, we become, I don't really care for the word, but rather than becoming suspicious when people speak a different language, we become more aware of the language, maybe pick up a word or two, or it's no longer, oh, they're not talking about me. Let me see what I can learn from this. And if anything, just being appreciative of the culture. Sometimes our negative comments come about just because we don't understand. There's a miscommunication, just even in the nonverbal language. In Chamorro, one of the things that I learned as a child very early on is that, when I'm being asked a question, I don't really have to respond verbally. If I kind of raise my eyebrow, like that, then, I'm acknowledging the question, right? Whereas in other cultures, that's just not acceptable.
Yeah.
Just as an example, I was in a meeting and it was with a group of Micronesian men, directors, in fact, from all the different islands. And I kept pitching, a research proposal that I really wanted to have passed. And one of my cohort from the CNMI, during a break, pulled me aside and said, "You said your piece, let it go. Let one of them bring it up, because if one of them brings it up, it's a go." And it was a go. Now, I'd like to think that, I'm a little bit on the feminist side, but you know what? If that's what it takes to get the work done, so be it.
Exactly.
Right?
And Dr. Paloma, I really think that's so very big of you, because, we all, as Guamanians, we appreciate your life's work in being able to perpetuate the Chamorro language and Chamorro culture and everything. And you're actually extending this now and saying, everybody should know where they're from, know your roots, practice your heritage. But it's also important to know that of your neighbors and to dialogue and to share your own language and to learn their own language as well. And Dr. Ellen, I know you personally, and you have always made it a point to immerse yourself through your various travels in culture, in language, in ways of life.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, this really goes also to a conversation that we might have another time in terms of our Tulaza Micronesia, which is aligned well with the vision and mission of PIBA. But in terms of trying to get the island school going, where students would be able to learn at least part of the day in their own home languages. So, you know, it's not going to be exclusive of, you know, only Chamorro, which I understand the importance of, absolutely, but also honoring the fact that when those students come to our schools, it doesn't mean that they leave their culture and languages at the front door.
Right.
You know, so that's something that we might have more conversation on later, but also, yes, very much I'm committed to embracing the cultures and languages of people. You know, when I was in the Middle East, in Abu Dhabi, and they were pushing English, right? And they were already sounding concerns about, you know, we're going to lose our own language. You know, if we only are teaching English and instruction is in English, which the teachers weren't always, you know, that wasn't their first language. The students, it wasn't their language. They didn't know it. The parents, it wasn't their language, but there was that push. So, you know, always trying to remember and celebrate, you know, the person's home language, their native language and culture, and embracing that as much as we can into our education.
Certainly. And one thing, ladies, I know that even going back to that interview I did with you last year is PIBA is also an organization where each of the members believes to their core in giving back in community service. And Auntie Rosa, I think last year, was it a literacy project that you guys undertook?
We, last year, the project we did was, again, it was for the babies.
That's the babies.
At Global Dorm. I believe this was put out by the call for donations of baby items, diapers, formula, those sorts of things, bottles, was put out by the Catholic Social Services. So, you know, our members and, you know, Chris, we don't have a large membership. I mean, maybe max 30, but when push comes to shove, and these things happen, and all that needs to happen is someone from the organization says, you know, this community needs certain things, and especially if they're in the area of educational materials. I know baby formula and stuff may not be educational, but we need to nurture these children to be able to get them into the educational stuff that we donated this past month.
But you know what? 30 people means there's 60 hands that can really jump in and contribute to work. And as they say in the good book, many hands make light work.
Yes, yes. So that was what we did, and we just donated our diapers and etc. to dropped it off at Catholic Social Services, and then they took care of it. But that was for the Global Dorm babies. And toddlers. This time around, I think we got stuff for toddlers, maybe some stuff for babies, but it was primarily for older toddlers and elementary kids. And the call was for, again, this came out of Barrow and the Victims Advocate. And we did not donate our stuff on the so-called deadline, but, you know, I communicated with them and said, you know, we're gathering our stuff, that sort of thing, and we want to donate. So they said, as soon as you're ready, just let us know. And these were educational games, toys. Unfortunately, there were a couple of books, right, on Debbie, that you on
there were a lot of books.
There were a lot of books, but there were a lot of was it in the Chuukese language or stories that dealt with other cultures?
Very nice. Well, ladies, don't mean to cut you off, but we are at the top of the hour, so unfortunately we got to go. But obviously, we really appreciate that, and we, you know, it's our honor to be able to feature the very fine work that the two of you and the other 28 members of PIBA do. Here on the Greater
I certainly
Good,
will let them know. Do I have 1 minute?
Well, I can give you 10 seconds.
Oh, well, community, be on the lookout. We have a literacy activity coming up. We will be talking with the mayors on July 7th about this, and hopefully they will welcome us into their community.
I'm sure they will. Most
Yeah,
excellent.
Auntie Rosa, don't worry. When that happens, we'll get you on after the meeting, and we'll catch up and get the word out again. Okay?
Esta,
okay. Algo más.
Debbie, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. All right, everybody, that's our show for The Link. Thank you so much for watching, and that was The Greater Good. We appreciate it as always. Really jam-packed show today. We appreciate you watching, interacting with us.
Goodman, a
Have
happiness
an
company.
outstanding
You're in
Wednesday,
good
everybody.
hands
Remember,
with
at
Jay
4 o'clock
Goodman.
on the Governor's Facebook page, we're going to share it on our stream too. They will announce the Week 2 winners of the Vax to Win promotion, Chris.
Yes, they will, Jay. Thanks for that. Good morning. It's 10:01, guys. KUAM TV. Está hecho.
Make it through the week with
The
Monday.
KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link with the support of Jay Goodman. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at Jay Goodman, a happiness company. You're in good hands with Jay Goodman.